needs to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. But maybe tomorrow we will know how. Yes, maybe tomorrow we will know how. Oh, maybe tomorrow we will know how.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute. And now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute. Make a track in a minute. And now I'm all up in it. No sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah.
They say, rock, rock, rock. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Can't be no one else but yourself. You the best at being yourself. Remember that and never doubt it. Stand up, hello world, shout it. Leave your mark, build your legacy. Make them words count, live your fantasy. It's your life, time to live it right. Show the and the one and only. Even when you stand alone, you're never lonely. Take the path, less travel. When you reach your true level, allow yourself to take your place on your space. It's your birthright. Let your work outshine the talk. Let your smile light up the dark. Let the haters hate. Let them knock us down. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. They say rock, rock, rock. You say blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Let them haters hate. Let them knock us down. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about.
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like. I'm a coomer.
It was beautiful, yeah, together. Even though we planned forever. Days of dreams, nights of talks. It was only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun. What could ever stop us? Then it all turned, I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. was down when you met me, but your smile wouldn't let me take down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky. Then it all turned, I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you, never thank you enough.
We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political style, our democracy. You had better be Democrat, or we'll shoot you. And having conferred these blessings all over the place, we wonder why everybody hates us. Because sometimes doing good to others, and even doing good to oneself, is amazingly destructive. Because it's full of conceit. How do you know what's good for other people? We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot, and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing. When we have a great system, and great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves. So therefore, beware of virtue. We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because all the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, said, the highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtue, and therefore is not virtue. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We aren't better because we want to be. We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves. So therefore, beware of virtue. We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because all the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, said, the highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtue, and therefore is not virtue. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We aren't better because we want to be.
Dojo, not again.
I'm trying to make my mama proud, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red eye, penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh.
Walking on the floor of this site, no one protects me. Wanna show shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna exit. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does to check me? All this fun, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her when she gone. But I'm running with my click, yeah, they got me till I fall. Come playing it for bags, worth more than your love. Yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Honey got me wasted. You done cut the yola, I can taste it. Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it. I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got these different races. Did my dirt, I had a mask, I'm moving faceless. I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases. Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. The way they treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
in
I
the stew,
feel
I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, Internet? How's it going? Hope everyone is doing well out there, and good. As soon as I went live, a crazy thunderstorm came through. It's going crazy out there. So if I get disconnected, I'm sorry. I can't really, do anything about it. It should be gone in an hour or so. Hour and a half. But, it is making my head hurt. Like a lot. So that's fun for me. I always get a fucking headache when it rains, or there's like a storm or whatever. Every time. Yeah, I always get a migraine when it fucking rains, and it sucks because I do like the rain. I think it's cool. I like watching the storm. But I don't know. I'm just doomed, I guess. This light is killing me. It's killing me. I think. Fuck it. Oh, I didn't turn my other lights on. Not terrible. That's livable. I can live with that. Let's see. I just had a couple days off. I was just editing. I got a new keyboard. Very nice, very handy. And posting. And oh my god, I've gotten so many hate comments in the last like 48 hours. It's like mostly hate comments. Every incel I piss off on Instagram, I become more powerful, you see. My power, it grows. I feel like they just can't find anything valid to criticize me on, so they go for weird shit. Like, oh, whiten your teeth. My teeth are fine, bitch. No. I think I won't, actually. That makes me want to do it even less than I did before. So no. Love that. I love, when they think they can, like, get me on something. Oh, you look tired. Like, bitch, I know. I know. I'm the one that's tired. It's me. I have anemia and fibromyalgia. You think I don't know that I'm tired? Jesus Christ. Not fungibly collect their hate comments like they're cool tokens. No, I actually have. I actually am. I have a lot of screenshots. I just do. Sometimes, like, I think I'm gonna, like, post it on Twitter or something and I just forget. There's some gems. I think my favorite one so far is this chalk is a mental illness. W, that's a good one. I got one that was like, can I sniff your feet? That was interesting. One of the weirder ones, but somehow not as bad. Yeah. Maybe I'll do one day, some sort of exhibit. I'll make a book of the hate comments. Oh, you don't think misogyny is real? Here's 500 pages of hate comments. Oh, God. Man, my head hurts. Oh, I wish the storm would go away. I, like, didn't even get, like, half of what I wanted to do done. By the time I was done editing, I didn't have time to do the dishes or take a shower or fucking, like, anything. Holy shit. I don't know why everything takes me so fucking long. I thought I would be a lot faster at editing. I mean, I am. I'm learning all the shortcuts and shit, but, it's just not fast enough. More. Line go up. Capitalism. Corpa. Oh. I feel like that's one where you paradoxically want it to be explicitly sexual. Because otherwise, what is it? Yeah. Yeah. True. And, like, he came back and did it, like, 1 word per comment. Can I sniff your socks and feet? A very particular request. One that you might usually find in the DMs. But yeah, I just restricted his comments. I don't know what to say to that. Maybe I should just do only feet. I do have lots of, like, stompy shoes. Could advertise in the shoe post without. I don't know. I kid. I'm just there's a joke in Minecraft, in RP. So let's see. We've got a short thing from Hasan about Taylor Swift. Is she a bad person? I missed that, so I'm curious what his take was. I feel like he's not going to care that much. But we'll see. Got some headlines just from Philly D and a thing from Democracy Now! About activists being arrested. And then we can do Dark History and leftovers. Yeah. Hopefully his take is, don't know, never met her. Cut to video number 2. Yeah. That's like the best case scenario. I don't know. I mean, he probably is, like, on the side of the workers, but probably not to the point where he expects her to cancel everything. I don't know. We'll have to see. Hi, John. Hello. Welcome in. But yeah, I hope you guys are good. I'm just surviving. My hip is better. I'm, like, pretty much back. I don't want to, like, push it and, like, stretch too much and, like, break it again, but I think I'm good. Hip update. W. Can walk. Huge relief. I thought it was gonna be permanent. Yeah, I think that's all the updates I had. Desk is, like, wobbly. Alright. Get into Hasan's thing.
The tour, as you
sorry, just need...
The tour, as you may have heard by now, is shattering records everywhere. And once she completes her international dates, it will likely become the highest grossing tour ever.
In 20 cities. More than 40 songs each.
That sounds so cute. Oh my god. Stop. Why is he so girlfriend?
Night. Across 3.5 hours. Taylor Swift has belted out, danced, and strummed her way to history. With 53 shows in the U.S. so far, Swift has at least 93 to go. By the time it's over, her shows are expected to near $1.5 billion in ticket sales. Concert goers are spending an average of about $1,300 each per show.
Hotels, restaurants, beauty salons, malls, last-minute costumes, outfits. They're going to all these boutiques and stores.
Yeah, and I can't say this enough. She is going to be a billionaire at the end of this tour.
Thrift stores.
Over Overall, the tour is expected to generate $5 billion for local economies, more than the GDP of 50 countries.
Welcome to the Renaissance.
And it's not just Swifties generating this kind of buzz.
Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? How? Taylor Swift is her own economy.
The Beehive is swarming cities worldwide too.
People just want to really value pleasure and experience that means something to them right now.
For CBS Mornings, I'm Jerika Duncan in New York.
I feel so out of place. Like when I hear stories like that, I get like a little bit of a jealousy because I just will never understand how someone can feel that level of fanaticism towards anything. It makes me feel sad, like I'm missing out. It's not fanaticism, it's just being excited. Brother, it is fanaticism. You're insane.
Are you kidding me? That is the definition of fanaticism. Are you kidding me? They're fans being fanatic about a performer. What else would it be? What is the tour gross estimated at? I think 5 billion? Wait, I think that's like local economies. Wait, I forgot. There were so many numbers. Oh, look.
There's no other way to describe it. That's how you feel about Japan, though? Not really. I like Japan. It's a f***ing country. It's not one person. Oh, by the way, as far as the Taylor Swift thing goes, people were talking about Taylor Swift gave bonus.
1.4 billion.
This is totaling over $55 million. Yeah, I have a more cynical, I'm in a weird predicament because I think she did that to get away, or rather to get ahead of like the anti-worker PR that the Unite Here folks were sending her way, because the Unite Here local unions, the hospitality union here in Los Angeles, asked Taylor Swift to to postpone her concerts in Los Angeles. And of course she didn't do that. Well, that's a crazy ask. Why? I don't think it's a crazy ask. The goal of Unite Here is to hurt the pocket.
It's literally not a crazy ask. And they had been asking for like months, dude.
Is to hurt the pockets of the hospitality industry that's like f***ing them over. So if they could get Taylor Swift to engage with their picketing, then yeah, it would have been a major point of contention. Except there was 0% chance that it was happening. Let's be fucking real. And part of the reason why there was 0% chance of this happening is because of what they just mentioned. This is not like we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars of insurance and all this other shit. It was just never gonna happen, especially because
looking at 9 figures or so, I guess. Yeah, no, she is becoming a billionaire. She already had 720 billion or something like that. So she's gonna do it. Mid 9 figures, yeah.
these people are working at the hospitality industry and not directly under Taylor Swift. Like if she had an engineers union or something like that, and they were the ones who wanted to postpone, like if they were working under her and they wanted to postpone some of the, some of the legs of the tour or something like that, then that's different. It's like,
meanwhile at Taco Bell, literally, dude, I like the dissonance,
something that I would do. You know what I mean? It's not something.
I think they said this earlier, but the fans, they spend an average of $5,000 each. Insane. And these hospitality workers cannot afford to live in LA. Like,
Thing that any normal person would do, and it's certainly not something that a multiple billion-dollar entity would do, like Taylor Swift. Is this why she gave $100K to all her Teamster truck drivers? Yes, that is why. I think she's always been probably good to her workers, like decent to her workers, but the reason why they like released this PR ahead of the Unite Here demands was for that reason, I think. Yeah, I mischaracterized John.
Okay, yeah, I do think this is like a little bit of obfuscation, the bonuses that she gave her crew. But I'm sure she's always been doing like the performative lip thing.
the Unite Here demands was for that reason, I think. Yeah, I mischaracterized John Mayer holding out at the Golden One Center. It's more likely the stage crews union that weren't going to cross the line. Yeah. Like, it's directly related to the production. Now, the reality is that a lot of industries, in a lot of industries, if you have more unions, then you actually have more opportunity. Let me explain. For example, if Unite Here goes to Taylor Swift's Teamsters trucks and says, hey, we need some support, I don't know if the Teamsters would be on board with that. Or, you know, you would have to set up a specific arrangement to actually try and shut off the production from within. You can never ask the boss to stop doing something out of the kindness of your fucking heart. My point is, the reality in that situation is if someone who works inside of Taylor Swift's like production.
Okay, this is like way better than I thought it was going to be. A W take from Hasan. Awesome. You love to see it. You love to see it. That would be crazy. I don't know. Like, her fans literally do whatever the fuck she says to do. So it could have been as easy as, oh, here's the list of hotels that are on strike right now. Don't go there. Go do other ones. But then, of course, like, no one's checking that. It's just, like, up to individuals, which is the problem.
Is also unionized and Unite Here goes to them, then that's a different point of contention. Then you can actually get some leverage. Then you can actually have some momentum. If you just go out and demand Taylor Swift stop her concerts, it's not going to happen. It just doesn't work that way. Even if the Lieutenant Governor of California is also signing the pledge from Unite Here. What the fuck? 15-month subscriber? Swiftie losing her shit when I'm describing like...
Oh no. Immediately they come out of the woodwork. Hi, Nikki. Right now we're talking about Taylor Swift, just for a brief moment. Then we're gonna do a little news, and then dark history, and then leftovers, which I guess is more news.
Like labor action? Okay, let me explain something to you here. What the fuck do you think we do here on this broadcast? Huh? What the fuck do you think this is about? You think I'm actually a fucking Reagan Bush fan? What's wrong with you? You think this is an anti-Taylor take? What are you, out of your fucking mind? There's like thousands of fucking migrant workers getting absolutely obliterated at fucking hospitals and in the hospitality industry, and they are making at least an earnest effort to try and stop or hurt the fucking pockets of the
Yeah, like what they ended up doing was going to the hotels to try to educate the Taylor Swift fans, which I can only imagine was fucking insufferable. I can only imagine.
hotels in Los Angeles, and you're over here being like, oh, well, Taylor can't do anything right. Like, come on. I'm over here telling you, you're a worker, Frida Brina. You're a worker. Taylor Swift is not in this regard. She's the one who's throwing the fucking concert together. Come on. I'm talking to anti-Taylor people just for the sake of hating. I mean, I don't know how many people are anti-Taylor. They're probably more anti-Taylor than I am. Let's be real.
Who was just being anti-Taylor for the sake of it? Wait, what?
It's still my take. Don't be like that. Music performing is work, though. No, I agree. I mean, I think she's still engaging in work, but ultimately she is the leader. Like, if I'm throwing a podcast tour together and one of the venues or the hospitality union in I don't know, Washington, let's say, one arm of the fucking podcast tour is in Washington, and the hospitality union asks me to not put my Washington show on, I'm most likely not going to put the show on because I have final say over it. At that point, I'm still working. This is in the context of like me talking about Taylor Swift, of course, refusing to stop her concert. Not gonna stop her concert because too much money at stake. There's too many fans to upset, and it's not directly related to her. That's it. You have to be.
But imagine if she got her fans to strike with them. I know that's like a crazy ask, but like they could shut down LA. You know what I mean? Single biggest growth and sentiment boost attempted in a decade or more. What do you mean? You can hook them. Growth and sentiment boost. Reminds me of the Sniper Wolf v. Jack film stuff. I didn't get into that too much. How so? What I've been following lately. Yeah. I know that was like a huge thing, but I just didn't follow it.
Over the
Too many
top,
things.
conscious of labor action in this country, and someone of Taylor Swift's net worth and value generation strategies that she applies has no care or consideration for that sort of thing. Of course not. Which is why I'm saying you're supposed to work with other unions, or rather, it would be better if she had any other unions that, if she had unionized crew and employees that you could have contacted instead to try and develop solidarity that way. And even then, it probably would not have worked because they're on contract. No other artists would have canceled either. Abso-fucking-lutely. I agree. My point is, it was a Hail Mary.
I mean, yeah, but like, Taylor has been pro-union in the past, so it is disappointing. You know what I mean? I don't expect the best from every artist, but like, she has so much influence.
You get it? It was a Hail Mary from Unite Here, and it didn't work. That's all I'm saying. I think we need to acknowledge you standing with John Mayer before we continue talking about this. Okay, that's all jokes. Like, I don't give a shit about that stuff. What about the fans? How is it fair to cancel on them? Okay, I'll go back to the example of using myself. If I'm going to Washington, I would expect...
Oh, yeah. Discussion is, yeah. True. Like they do her music, pre-Reagan union power immediately. That's what I'm saying. If you just got all Swifties into unionizing, America would be unionized tomorrow.
Expect my fans to understand if I cancel the fucking show because one of the local unions there, even if they're not directly related to anything I'm doing, asked for it. Ultimately, it was a big ask, and it would have been more powerful if they could ask people that are directly in the industry, that are unionized, that work under Taylor, and those unions could possibly say no as well, depending on their contracts. But I was not in any way, shape, or form expecting her to do this, and that's it. Some artists did strike. What are you talking about? This is Snoop Dogg with WGA and SAG-AFTRA. What do you mean? That's for the Hollywood Bowl. That's very different. Entirely different union. Probably have like production people that work with Snoop Dogg. You know what I mean? That's like totally different. I wish we could go on strike to put the homeless in homes, but nobody gives a shit. After we're done supporting the strikes, we should put this much dedication towards helping the homeless and low-income people. Yeah, they would fucking spit on homeless people if they had the chance. Have you considered that Taylor is a piece of shit and I hate her because my ex-girlfriend likes her and she broke my heart? Please, Nicole, take me back.
Valid, honestly. Jack is taken to educating people on her less than stellar practices by examining her content with a fine tooth comb and making a bingo game out of it. Oh my god. Are you doing that to me right now? Is that what you're telling me? Am I Sniper Wolf in this situation? Please don't. Please don't. Look, listen.
There's gaming happening, and it's actually happening early. Lyric and I are going to play For Honor.
They're not bad at organizing already. For real. They can, like, craft a narrative and, like, honestly, like, harass someone into the ground or, like, off the internet. Which is, like, the bad side. But they could use their powers for good. I'm a sucker for bingo. No, I wouldn't do that to you. Thank you, Nikki.
He thinks he's him? I am him! Ooh! Cut your head off! What the heck? This is my game.
What the heck? Oh, Hasan.
We end today's show with one of the 10...
Okay. Alright. Sorry, no. Fun time over. No more jokes. Apparently, U.S. activists were arrested at a European air base for protesting the U.S. nuclear weapons stationed there. I don't know where in Europe, so I guess we're gonna get Amy to fill us in here. I think I could, like, not make this game. Please don't. Please don't. Someone says get your bingo card. Maybe we should do bingo. We could do bingo for, like, leftovers and stuff. There's probably already cards out there.
Peace activists arrested on the runway Tuesday at an air base in the Netherlands where 15 U.S. nuclear bombs are stockpiled. The activists entered Volkel Air...
I'm sorry, where? What's that?
We end today's show with one of the 10 peace activists arrested on the runway Tuesday at an air base in the Netherlands where 15 U.S. nuclear bombs are stockpiled. The activists entered Volkel Air Base and knelt on the runway, glued to the runway copies of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. The nonviolent protests were part of the International Peace Camp and Week of Action and came on the week marking the 78th anniversary of the U.S. atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, August 6th and 9th, 1945. Today, the activists arrived in Germany to protest at the Buchel Air Force Base, which is preparing for the delivery of replacement nuclear weapons, including the new B-60-112 thermonuclear gravity bomb, now in production in the U.S. We're joined in Luck, Wisconsin by John LaForge, the co-director of Nuke Watch.
How did we just have our nukes parked everywhere? That's kind of nuts. I didn't realize that. I mean, of course I know about all of the fucking military bases, but, I guess that makes sense. Where else? Where else would you put them? Besides everyone else's land. A classic fucking America moment. Hi, Jesse.
Watch recently served a 50-day sentence in Glasmoor prison outside Hamburg, Germany, for protesting U.S. nuclear weapons stationed in Buchel Air Base. Also with us, Susan Crane, one of the anti-nuclear activists arrested at Volkel Air Base, just arrived at Buchel Air Base for today's action. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Susan, if you can talk about why you're at Buchel and why you were arrested at Volkel, why you were there.
Well, thank you, Amy, for having us.
Oh my God. Come on. Come on, you're killing me. Oh, so quiet.
We're very concerned about the legality of the United States sending nuclear warheads to the 5 countries in Europe, particularly to the Netherlands and to Germany, because it's against the Non-Proliferation Treaty. The treaty says that nuclear countries can't share, as it were, their nuclear weapons with non-nuclear countries, and non-nuclear countries can't accept these weapons. So,
hey, I thought sharing was caring.
So, as far as we're concerned, the Volkel Air Base, which is in the Netherlands, is a crime scene, and the same with Buchel Air Base here in Germany. They're both crime scenes where international law is being broken, and we want to bring that to people's attention.
3 of the U.S. citizens who participated in this week's protests at Volkel Air Base in the Netherlands were banned from entering the European Union for a year. Passports were stamped with an entry ban. The significance of this, Susan?
So lame, dude. What the fuck? I mean, okay. I get it. It's a military base. You shouldn't be, like, doing stuff there, but, like, it's an American base. Like, why? I don't know. I feel like we need more countries that don't extradite to the US and shit. You know? Sanctuary states. Literally 18 months into discussions about withdrawing B-61s. Yeah. Yeah.
And were you one of those three?
I was not one of those three, but it's pretty significant that a country would say, "Oh, you were part of a nonviolent direct action saying these nuclear weapons are a crime, and therefore we're not going to let you go anywhere in Europe for the next year."
I want to bring in John LaForge, the co-director of Nuke Watch. You just served a 50-day sentence in Glassmoor prison outside Hamburg, Germany, for protesting U.S. nuclear weapons stationed at the Buchel Air Base. Talk about your reasoning for doing that and your time in prison.
Sharing nuclear weapons is such a strange idea. Like, oh, hey, bro, can I borrow your nuke for just like a few years? Sanctuary states won't stop Black Ops / rendition. Rendition? What does that mean? Not familiar. But, I mean, true. That's true. There is no stopping America at this point. I don't really know. Honestly, what would?
Sure. I mean, the prison is a minimum security place with very easygoing conditions there. The fine that was
for kidnapping and taking to a black site. Jesus. There's a nice term for it, of course. Of course. Of course there would be like a legalese version of that. Extraordinary rendition. Yeah, I didn't kidnap them. I just rendered them from one place to another. It's fine. It's fine.
Was imposed for going into the Buchel base a couple of times in 2018, went unpaid deliberately by me, and so the court system there imposed the alternative jail sentence. We argued in trial that, as Susan pointed out, the stationing and the transfer of U.S. nuclear weapons to Germany is an unlawful act, a violation of the Articles 1 and 2 of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. And
it's just so classic. Like, oh, you're gonna call us out for breaking the law? No, you are breaking the law. Actually. Fucking classic. Classic. Wants to replace them with Mod 12 B61s. Do you think I know what that means? I'm sorry, I do not know. New spec, but are the same nuclear hot meat? Meatable. That's a spicy meatable. I'm sorry. B62, etc. Okay. Okay.
We were convicted anyway, although we offered to present expert witness testimony to explain the international treaties that forbid this transfer, this ongoing threatened use of U.S. nuclear weapons from Germany against Russia. We argued the case presented primarily by the international law professor Francis Boyle of the University of Illinois, who points out that nuclear weapons, their components, and their delivery systems in Germany and everywhere are principally just instruments of international criminal activity, repudiated and prohibited, as he says, by international law, including and especially the Nuremberg Charter, the Nuremberg Judgment, and the Nuremberg Principles. And as a matter of fact, today, we wouldn't recognize as property the right of a gas chamber in Auschwitz. And so we consider nuclear weapons not property at all. And so the attempt to interfere with the threatened use of these weapons is justified as an act of crime prevention. Those offerings we offered to have.
Look, we were just doing law enforcement, okay? Yeah. I wish. I don't think it really works that way, but all right. I feel like the banner in summary needs an asterisk at least. Wait, what banner? Nuclear weapons are banned? That banner?
this and other expert witnesses, including a retired German judge, Bern Hanfeld, were refused by the court. And for that reason, we've appealed from the German Constitutional Court, its highest, to the European Court of Human Rights, complaining that the refusal to hear this expert testimony prevented us from presenting.
Wait, Keevers, did you mean to say nuclear hot meatball core? Or something else? Because I just can't stop thinking about that. No B-61s in the Netherlands. Got you. Got you. You know way too much about this. A concerning amount.
An adequate defense, and we should be allowed to have a
John
full
LaForge,
trial.
we're talking to you in Luck, Wisconsin, where you've returned home. Susan, we just have 30 seconds. You're at Buchel now. What are your plans for today's action in Western Germany?
Well, we plan to go to the base and hold some banners and hopefully talk to the people there and ask them not to fly the planes. And you know, they don't have planes there right now, but they do have the nuclear weapons there.
This banner. That's the one you're talking about? An unclear premise for a banner because it could be either ambition or a current fact. Right. Sure. Sure. The US-based staff could counter with a sign saying, actually, yes, there are 15 of them. Actually. Well, it does say US delegation to Germany 2019 and Netherlands. Sorry. Delegation to Germany and Netherlands 2019. This is a disaster of a sign. But, you are right. You're right. We could all type our nukes at any moment. Thanks. I love thinking about that. That's so fun. All of human society should know a lot more. I mean, I guess I don't need to know the inner workings of a nuclear bomb to know that we might die. I think I know enough. I could wake up tomorrow dead. Yeah. But, like, what would knowing about the inside of a nuke do for me if I woke up tomorrow dead? You know what I mean? I don't know. We can do an explainer. We can look into it.
And what's happening now is they're working on the runway to get back.
We're going to leave it there. I want to thank you, Susan, for being with us. Your phone line is breaking up as you're on the U.S. Air Base at Buchel in Western Germany. Susan Crane, one of the anti-nuclear activists arrested at Buchel Air Force Base.
Talking about where they are and what planes they are in and what countries. Yeah. I just don't care about the specific types updating and stuff. Keep an eye on who has a kill all humans button. I mean, yeah, sure. Sure. I mean, has nuclear technology changed that much? Is there a noticeable difference that I should know about from the nukes of last century versus now? Like, I don't know.
In the Netherlands, just arrived at the Buchel Air Force Base for today's action. And John LaForge, co-director...
1,000 times more powerful, so that's cool. Great. Great.
Director of Nuke Watch, now back home in Luck, Wisconsin. That does it for our broadcast. I'm Amy Goodman. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Today, we're talking about this disgusting, messy situation with Dave Portnoy, Drake, and...
Should we do the nuke thing now? Do either of you have a better source than what I'm about to just find on YouTube? Important to know lots about them. The shapes of the high explosive compressor charges, the peak efficiency of materials to fuse to the second stage, and it's always been possible to make three-stage bombs. Three-stage bombs. Interesting. The more you know. Let's watch a simulation.
Imagine for a moment the unimaginable happened. A major city is hit by a nuclear weapon. Now, no number could account for all the devastation that would result. But we can put a number on the deaths. At least we can make an educated guess based on our understanding of what nuclear blasts do to city structures and people. We'll assume the bomb is detonated in the air to maximize the radius of impact, as was done in Japan in 1945. But here we'll use an 800 kiloton warhead.
I didn't know that. Wait, you do it in the air? Is that normal? I don't know how bombs work, actually. I just know I don't like them. Make love, not war. You know what I mean? Not just bombs. Yeah. True. In fact, the Soviets kind of tested exactly one of them, reduced to total yield, and the biggest man-made kaboom we ever did. Both up.
A relatively large bomb in today's arsenals, and 100 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Upon detonation, a fireball as hot as the sun would expand to a radius of 800 meters. Those near the blast would be vaporized. And within a 2-kilometer radius, all buildings would likely be destroyed. And we'll assume that virtually...
Okay, can I have American units, please?
And within those near the blast...
The fuck is 800 meters? Isn't that like close to a yard? Wait, I should know this by now, but I don't. Okay, I just don't. 800 meters in, feet? It's like almost a mile, is that right? I don't even know American units. Oh god, this is embarrassing. Half a mile. Yikes. Thank you. Half a mile, Jesus. Look, listen. I'm tired, okay? That's fucked up. But it's a radius, right? So it's like a mile across. Fuck.
Would be vaporized. And within a 2-kilometer radius, all buildings would likely be destroyed. And we'll assume that virtually no one survives inside this area.
How? Jesus. Jesus is the unit of measurement. Yes, it's true. Wolverine did. Wait. Wolverine did what? Wait. Kick, wait? Wolverine did that? Distance of your fully outstretched arms. People who do survive are beasts. I mean, yeah. Imagine.
Which, based on population density, would start the death tally at 120,000 people.
Jesus Christ. Bro. This is so doomer. This is like why I don't like learning about this shit. This is so depressing. Like, what's the over-under on this actually happening?
As you move further away from ground zero, estimating deaths becomes more complicated. From as far away as 11 kilometers, the radiant heat from the blast would be strong enough to...
Thought this was a Fortnite stream. No, we're just learning about nukes here. Welcome in.
Cause third-degree burns on exposed skin. And as you get closer to the blast, the heat becomes so intense that clothing, even skin, would ignite into flames. That said, most people in the city would be indoors or otherwise sheltered from direct exposure. But the very structures that offered this protection would then become a cause of injury, as debris would rip through buildings and rain down on city streets.
Great.
As a rough estimate, we can assume that half the people between 2 and 11 kilometers from the blast are killed, from burns, debris, smoke, collapsed buildings, and radiation sickness, which translates roughly into an additional 500,000 people. Many of these deaths will occur days, even weeks after the attack. Radiation sickness takes about a week to cause death. And much of the dust and ash produced from the explosion will be dangerously radioactive, especially if it originated near ground zero. And the distance the particles travel will depend on the wind and other factors. Now, since this simulation is of an airburst attack, it will produce significantly less radioactive fallout than ground attacks targeting missile silos or bunkers. So we'll go with a relatively small number of deaths outside the 11-kilometer range. If it were a surface blast, the fallout deaths could surpass all other deaths combined, but it's a very difficult number to predict. In theory, radiation deaths can be reduced if people can avoid exposure to the fallout, especially during the critical first few days. Fallout.
Opium, first few days. What do you mean the first few days? I feel like if one nuke gets fired, there's gonna be more nukes. You know what I mean? It's not just gonna be a single nuke and then just wait a few days.
Shelters were common during the Cold War, but people rarely build shelters today. And schools no longer practice nuclear war drills. We generally talk less about surviving a nuclear attack. And in a way, it's good that we're less afraid of the bomb now that the Cold War is over. When nations are less on edge, the risk of accidents
Fine, just go to the basement. What if you don't have a basement?
is arguably reduced. But nuclear weapons remain one of the great threats to humanity. And today, we're entering a new era in nuclear weapon history. Long-standing nuclear arms treaties are being reassessed, and countries big and small face the prospect of new arms races. In part because technology is emerging that may give one side a considerable strategic advantage, notably hypersonic weapons. Current nuclear missiles travel around the Earth at high altitudes, making them visible by radar earlier in their flight.
Classic. Uranium and plutonium have actually very predictable decay paths. The more bolognese taste sauce breaks down reasonably quickly. I'm sorry, you've lost me on this spicy meatball sauce analogy. Can you I don't get it. I'm sorry, I do not get it. That was a joke. Basement will not save you. We will all die. Oh, okay, great. Unless you have a multi-million shelter. Good. Good. I mean, depending. I feel like a basement might help, but yeah.
Now, some hypersonic vehicles travel close to the Earth, through the atmosphere, at least 5 times the speed of sound, giving defending countries far less time to react. And remember that some of the most perilous moments during the Cold War occurred when countries maneuvered to reduce their opponent's reaction time. And the less time countries have to react, the more likely an accident will occur, or a rash judgment. And then you have smaller nukes that blur the line between conventional and nuclear weapons.
It's just a baby nuke. It's just a little baby nuke. Don't worry. Don't worry. Lead isotope, a xenon 1. This is too much specialized chemistry for a Twitch comment. Sure. Sure.
Providing a more slippery path to nuclear escalation. Now, for ordinary citizens, nuclear weapon policy may seem like a complex, even intimidating topic. But leaders often consider public perceptions when making policy. In many countries, voter opinion is an important factor. Whether you believe nuclear weapons have made the world safer or more dangerous, both sides generally agree that the bomb brings an unparalleled risk, and that there are things we can do to reduce the risk. Like minimizing how many countries get the bomb, or scaling back Cold War arsenals, or stabilizing technology races, or pledging to never be the first one to strike.
What do you mean fewer countries? What do you mean by that? Who gets them? Who decides it? That sounds suspicious. Yeah, reduce the arsenals, sure. Sure. The low or stabilized technology races. Again, like, what does that mean? Like, how do you just, like, tell them to stop? Stop developing weapons, please. Nations pledge not to strike unless attacked. I mean, isn't that kind of already, I don't know, the thing?
Such ideas have often resulted in signed treaties, some of which have held for decades. Some are at risk of expiring, and some just need a final push to become activated.
Okay.
By being steadfast in these efforts and not walking away from diplomatic achievements, we can continue the work of ensuring that this nightmare simulation—
Bombs are the product of tech, not the other way around. There's no one doing it completely without the banning math and physics. Sure.
never becomes a reality. If you would like to learn about specific policies that could help reduce
Dart and Nike missiles? Y'all are dumping so much knowledge on me right now. I don't even know. As we achieve super intelligent AI, that will be much worse. The nuke issue is only temporary once that happens. Unless they combine to become a super issue of AIs launching nukes on an error.
Since their invention in the 1940s, nuclear weapons have shocked the world. Following World War II, devices were created that so far surpassed the power of the ones used in the war, it's almost hard to
So self-important? What? What? What do you mean?
comprehend. From the Castle Bravo test, whose explosive power was more than double what scientists expected, to the Tsar Bomba, the most powerful and destructive nuclear device ever created on our planet. Here are the 5 largest nuclear tests that were ever caught on camera. More than a few decades ago,
We will do it from superhuman dumb. Yeah. I mean, that's true. But, I mean, humans also made the AI, so... It's not like it's perfect.
first large-scale test of a thermonuclear device took place. The code name given was Ivy Mike, and it produced a blast of 10.4 megatons of TNT. Due to the size of the device, it was known beforehand that it would never be suitable for use as a deliverable weapon. Instead, it was considered a conservation project, basically meaning that it was a proof-of-concept experiment. On October 31st, 1952, the United States tested the bomb on the island of Eluge Lab. Images show that the device itself resembled that of a factory more than a nuclear weapon. The building itself was made of aluminum and given the nickname Shot Cab. After months of planning, a brief countdown commenced and Ivy Mike was detonated.
Whoa, trippy.
In total, 9,350 members of the military and 2,300 civilians were involved in this one test. Work was finally completed on October 30th at 5 p.m., and within an hour, everybody involved was evacuated to a safe distance.
Holy.
The mushroom cloud created rose to a height of 56,000 feet in less than 90 seconds.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck? How? Dude. Shut it all down. Shut down all the weapons factories. You're not allowed. We almost did. The opposite of self-importance would be by accident. We will create something capable of expanding, encoding, and advancing itself. Imagine a nuke, but instead of it's a missile that's improving itself. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that video we watched a while back. People were messing something up. Yeah.
A minute later, and it had reached over 108,000 feet. The blast was so powerful, it completely erased the island on which it occurred from the map, as before and after pictures show. But this was only the...
They just bombed the whole fucking island off the map. They bombed the entire island away. Yo, what the fuck? This is the old bombs. These are the old ones. Bro. I don't like thinking about this. I really don't.
...heard from the map, as before and after pictures show. But this was only the beginning for the United States. And, as you're about to see, many larger tests occurred in the coming years. Now, if we talk about the biggest nuclear tests, we cannot fail to mention Operation Castle. Operation Castle was a series of high-powered military nuclear tests conducted by the United States Joint Task Force 7 on Bikini Atoll, an uninhabited atoll of about 6 square kilometers that is part of the Marshall Islands. It is a very famous site on the planet because of the immense amount of nuclear testing that took place there. In fact, it is estimated that between 1946 and 1958, more than 20 atomic and hydrogen bombs were tested in the territory. And the incredible TX-17 launched in the Castle Romeo test was among them. On March 27, 1954, TX-17 became the first air-dropped thermonuclear weapon to be tested. Due to its destructive capacity of 11 megatons, the explosion of the bomb was overwhelming and resulted in a large red light illuminating the entire sky. The test was considered to be a great success and led to further tests in the area.
Wait, is that a UFO? That chest! Why were these atolls uninhabited? Yeah. True. Pray tell. I feel like there's a lot of details being left out.
Including the largest nuclear bomb ever detonated by the United States. But first, we must show you the second largest, a test codenamed Castle Yankee.
How Godzilla was made. Real.
On May 5th, 1954, the United States tested yet another nuclear device at Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands. This one was named Castle Yankee, and it released energy equivalent to 13.5 megatons of TNT, making it the second largest nuclear test done by the United States. The estimated yield from this device was roughly 9.5 kilotons, so it was surprising to many.
Were they that way, say, 10 years earlier? Yeah, good question.
When this number was far exceeded. 2 minutes after detonation, the mushroom cloud rose to a height of 40,000 feet, equivalent to 32 Empire State Buildings.
Man, people's capacity for devastating entire swaths of area, like, why are they so obsessed with it? Why is this the thing that they want to do more than anything else? Is just destroy, like, a whole country. Why? Tell me why.
Roughly 4 days after this test, fallout reached Mexico City, some 7,100 miles away. There were some technical difficulties during the tests, but officials largely considered them a success. However, the tests performed at Bikini Atoll also altered public perception about the safety of nuclear tests.
Yeah, Keepers, America would never do something like that. Surely not. Dozens of times over.
Once they'd become aware of the long-term side effects of fallout. There is one nuclear device in the history of the United States that stands out above the rest. It was the largest ever detonated by the country, and one that surprised even the experts. The code name of the bomb was the Shrimp, but many of us know it by its operation name, Castle Bravo. Much like the other Castle tests, this one occurred at Bikini Atoll, and on March 1st, 1954, the Castle Bravo test commenced. It was noteworthy for being the first lithium deuteride-fueled thermonuclear weapon tested by the country. Scientists expect
Lithium deuteride? I don't know what any of this shit means. I feel like I actually need to be like a physicist or something to like do this.
expected the bomb to produce an explosion of 6 megatons. However, due to unforeseen reactions from the use of lithium-7, the blast was measured more than double that size, coming in at 15 megatons. As a result of the greater than expected yield, radiological contamination spread to nearby islands, affecting U.S. soldiers and inhabitants living in the region, along with a Japanese fishing boat.
Pre-watch, Keefers. You called it.
It took 3 days to evacuate citizens, but by then, it was too late. Hundreds suffered from radiation sickness. The blast led to an international incident over thermonuclear testing, with traces from this event found in places like India and Australia. A few years later, in 1963, a partial nuclear test ban treaty was signed to hopefully limit incidents like these from happening ever again. Operation Hardtack 1 was a series of 35 nuclear tests conducted by the United States that included more nuclear detonations than the sum of all previous nuclear explosions in the Pacific Ocean. This operation, led by Joint Task Force 7, involved approximately 19,100 personnel, including members of the U.S. military, civilian employees, affiliates of the Department of Defense, and the Atomic Energy Commission. The tests, which took place between April 28 and August 18, 1958, became some of the most fascinating nuclear tests ever recorded on camera. On May 16th, a test known as Wahoo took place. While it
Wahoo? Like, woohoo! Like that? Yo, what the fuck? God damn, I hate America. God damn, America. For real. Just for fishing rounds and yeah. Yeah, surely. Surely. Yep. Yeah. Surely, that is not a thing. America, they would never. They would never. They just bring democracy to places, you see.
It's not on this list for being one of the biggest. We included it because it gives you a new and high-definition look at the scale of a nuclear blast, and because it's one that occurred underwater.
Holy fuck! Rip all of the fish, dude. What the fuck? Bring out the whole ocean, dead ass. Like, yeah, it just nothing's ever gonna live there again. Sorry. Zero unsatisfied community members on the atoll, so stop. Stop. I swear these sick fucks just like seeing shit blow up.
Within 7 seconds of detonation, the dome spray had reached a height of over 800 feet. A target ship stationed about 3.5 miles away was directly hit by the shockwave, which shook it violently. The test was considered a success and paved the way for further underwater tests to take place in the following months. And now, let's have a look at the largest nuclear device ever detonated in the history of the world, the Tsar Bomba. On October 30th, 1961, the Soviet Union tested the largest nuclear device ever created. To this day, no other country has come close to topping it. The Soviet RDS-220 hydrogen bomb, also known as the Tsar Bomba, was detonated above the Sukhoinos Cape of Severny Island, a little over 9 miles away from Mityushika Bay. Although the detonation was planned in secret, United States intelligence was able to detect the blast given its size. It is said that the bomb produced a yield of roughly 58 megatons of TNT. To put that into perspective, that's almost 3,000 times the strength of the device used on Hiroshima in World War II. According to reports, the detonation was large enough to break windows located 560 miles away, and the flash of light was visible up to 620 miles away. A blast of this.
How? 500 miles away, dude. Literally how? That's so fucked. Oh my god.
Magnitude would be capable of creating a fireball roughly 6.3 square miles in size, and any living creatures within 4,080 square miles of the epicenter would likely suffer third-degree burns. In recent years, Russia has declassified never-before-seen footage of the blast, showing us the full power of the Tsar Bomba.
Осталось 3 секунды. 2, 1, 0. Взрыв сопровождался световой вспышкой необычной силы. В этот момент самолет-носитель находился в 45 километрах от места сброса. Вспышка и последующее свечение, несмотря на сплошную облачность, были видны в радиусе до 1000 километров. Через несколько секунд после взрыва диаметр пылевого столба составлял около 10 километров.
Thankfully, the Tsar Bomba was never designed with the intention of being used in battle. The
Sure, copium.
goal was simply to demonstrate the nuclear power of the Soviet Union as a deterrent to its enemies at the time. Believe it or not, the plans to build large-scale nuclear weapons did not stop here. Originally, there were plans to build an even larger version of the Tsar Bomba, one that would produce a yield of nearly 100 megatons. The problem was that the delivery aircraft, no matter how fast, would not have been able to outrun the blast. So, plans were scrapped. Well, that's all we.
That's the reason. That's the reason the planes weren't fast enough. Jesus Christ. Fuck. God, I hate thinking about this so much. It makes me so anxious. It really does. I don't know, man. Copium, it won't happen. Copium, the assurance of mutual destruction, copium, it's not gonna happen, copium. Super fucked up, yeah. Incredibly fucked. Math and tech, it would have made a mistake on this shit. It would have accidentally ignited the oxygen around the atmosphere and just destroyed the entire planet. That's a potential issue with every bomb that detonates. What? You can just ignite the entire atmosphere. Not like this, dude. Fucking disparage. Alright. I need a break to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Christ.
天上太阳风呀风风风嘞，心中太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们的结伴嘞，这里本身当家做主人， 一自由，爱那会的话，这你本身上家做主人。天上太阳，风呀风冲冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞。看看到我们奋勇前行嘞，革命江山一片风嘞，一自由，爱那是我，革命江山一片风。我心中的片太阳，这的片片一片风，长白千里歌声亮亮，吹着江风风起飞扬，接着江人为大发来，我的归国三百，年年你动情歌唱，我们心中的红太阳。毛主席，我不随了你，你的头发拉进心肠，沿着真理出原理，万寿将万圣将。天上太阳，风呀风冲冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞。看看到我们的解放嘞，真理本身当家做主人，一自由，爱那会的话，真理本身当家做主人。天上太阳，风呀风冲冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞。看看到我们奋勇前进嘞，革命江山一片红嘞，说了那子一片红嘞。
I got some emotional support chocolate. To rip away the atmosphere. I'll be honest, I thought you guys would enjoy this more. turns out anytime humanity has drunk tested our friends with benefits and slurringly flirted with death and tested that theory, humanity is past. Hey, we've come this far. Maybe we can go like at least another 100 years, you know? That's all I'm saying. Okay, I love that song, but we gotta keep plugging. I think that's enough on nukes for the evening. If I do say so myself. Let's get filled in.
Drake and Bobbi Althoff, the fossil fuel industry paying your favorite influencers to clean up their reputation, YouTubers are changing the game on how police are being held accountable, EPA seems fine with you getting cancer, and we've got an important update and fix regarding the Linus Tech Tips situation. We're going to talk about all that and so much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, so buckle up, hit that like button to let me know you like these big shows, and let's just jump into it. Starting with, I want to issue a small correction regarding yesterday's show, specifically regarding the Linus Tech Tips story. While it doesn't affect the facts of the story, the difference is what could happen moving forward. And as y'all know, I've been doing this show for 15 years. I strive to get all the information right, and when we turn out to be wrong on something, I try to fix it. What I'm talking about is that yesterday we said that British Columbia didn't actually have any laws that explicitly protected a worker's right to discuss their salary with coworkers. And it turns out that's actually no longer the case because of a recent law change just a few months ago. Because while that law is technically about gender discrimination in the workplace, as part of that sweeping package, there were provisions that explicitly protected salary discussions. And so that actually poses another threat on top of the whole other situation that we covered yesterday, which if you didn't see, I'll link to the show down below. And then this Bobbi Althoff situation, excuse my language, is completely fucked. And if you're unfamiliar with the current situation or even who she is, don't.
I haven't heard anything about this at all. What?
Worry, because I got to give you some background. So Bobbi's a social media personality and a podcast host, which actually just recently blew up. And in the past month, she's faced certain controversies, like people saying that she was an industry plant, that she kind of came out of nowhere. The podcast is called The Really Good Podcast, and her whole shtick is kind of being fully deadpan and blunt during interviews to the point where the guests are confused and maybe feel awkward. Even though the podcast is incredibly new, she's already had.
That's a very old style of interviewing people. That people have been doing that for a very long time.
Had people on like Lil Yachty, Mark Cuban, and perhaps most notably, Drake. With her interviewing him while they were laying in bed together, that absolutely blowing up. And seemingly this comedic bit was just continuing with her posting a TikTok of her at a Drake concert, seemingly in character, looking totally blank. But then, earlier this week, people noticed that she had abruptly taken down her podcast with Drake and that the two were not following each other on Instagram. And all that absolutely igniting the rumor mill. Some thinking that Drake was upset about the TikTok where she looked unamused at his show. Others want
Drama. Oh my god. This is like such a nothing burger. Am I wrong? This seems like bullshit. Like that photo was obviously like staged for like outrage. Right? I don't know. Maybe I don't know enough.
wondering if it was because while on Dave Portnoy's BFFs podcast, she poked a little fun at Lil Yachty, who's friends with Drake. And then you had others saying that she and Drake actually ended up sleeping together and that caused issues in her marriage. And while it's the internet and people were already saying things, one of the biggest spreaders of this rumor ended up being Dave Portnoy's BFFs podcast. Because in a clip posted to TikTok, he mentions the rumor and says he actually...
Not fucking Portnoy. Dave fucking Portnoy. Anything he's involved in, I don't trust it fucking immediately. Killer until alien guys come back to Congress.
Contacted Bobbi about it.
I DM Bobbi.
What? You asked her, did you sleep with Drake and are you getting a divorce?
Yeah. She's like, I'm not commenting on that publicly.
Wait, so you just outed her?
Oh.
You just outed her not public comment?
And that clip absolutely blows up. That looks like the smoking gun. Confirmation they slept together. And that getting so big that Bobbi had to fire back saying, hey, I didn't even want to go on the BFFs podcast. And now there's just so much negativity as a result, and so she decided to share the full exchange that she had with Dave and call it a day. And what had actually happened and what was said was the exact opposite of what was alluded to in the...
Go into this kind of media content. Yeah, truly. We are in the worst timeline. The worst timeline where people are utilizing all of their best skills for the absolute worst shit.
In that viral post. Dave says he heard a rumor about the affair and divorce, but didn't believe it, to which she wrote, I am not commenting publicly, but off the record, you're right, that is not true.
Okay, is it just me, or does this look edited as hell? Why does it look like that? Everything looks edited as shit. And like badly. Right? Is that just my screen? You see that, right?
True. Right, plain as day. I'm not talking about this publicly, but just so you know, no, it's not true. Which some people might say, well, if you're going to deny it privately, why not do it publicly? Well, the answer to that is, have you ever been on the fucking internet? When you deny something publicly, possibly two things happen. One, you set a precedent that every time someone just says some shit about you, claims a thing about you, that you're going to respond. Otherwise,
A re-upload. It could be, but I saw like, it's hard to see when it's like scaled down, but there were like lines around the message bubbles. It looked weird.
well, maybe it's true. And or two, a percentage of the people that see this are gonna go, the lady doth protest too much. Seems like she's trying to hide the truth. And so what we ended up seeing was the original clip, though there are still versions of it online, being deleted. Dave Portnoy also apologizing to Bobbi, trying to set the record straight. Writing on social media, I owe Bobbi an apology. She's been in the news about her and Drake unfollowing each other after doing a pod together. All sorts of rumors about it. I asked her about it directly. She answered directly. Our social media team edited the clip to make it seem juicy, which is bullshit. Also saying he freaked out when he saw the edited clip because it did her so dirty. Then playing a back-to-back of the edited clip and what was actually said.
I DM Bobbi.
What? You asked her, did you sleep with Drake and are you getting a divorce?
Yeah. She's like, I'm not commenting on that publicly, but that's not true.
Wait, so you just outed her?
Oh.
You just outed her not public comment?
With him also posting a screenshot of him calling out the person who edited that clip, as well as one where he apologized to and explained the situation to Bobbi, even though she understandably was very frustrated. And in response to that, we've seen a number of people praising Dave for doing this and trying to set the record straight, though others saying he's the boss at the end of the day, and as much as he can talk about the social media team, he is the one that makes everything possible. But yeah, ultimately,
Oh, wait, is her podcast on his network? Is that why he's like talking about this?
that's the completely fucked situation right now. And it'll be interesting to see what this whole situation looks like moving
I don't
forward.
care that
One
much.
for Bobbi, both as a creator and her personal life getting fucking thrown into the mix here, as well as the future of Portnoy's podcast there. Because maybe this creates an issue, but also maybe it doesn't. I just know as someone that says no to like 97% of podcasts because I don't like feeling out of control. I don't have trust with the person. Usually it's someone I don't know. There's now a record of someone doing your podcast and then someone at your company going, hey, in the pursuit of views, gonna completely misrepresent the situation. Well, I don't think Portnoy did that on purpose because he's not fucking stupid. He knows the difference between, short-term gain versus long-term loss. It's now something people have seen and may affect their decision making. And then this Mackenzie Shirilla situation is wild. She's this 19-year-old Ohio teen who last summer was driving in a Toyota Corolla with her boyfriend Dominic Russo and his friend Davian Flanagan, with the three of them having allegedly smoked marijuana before getting behind the wheel. And Mackenzie, who was the driver, allegedly had THC in her system, exceeding the legal limit. And then when the car turned onto the road, it suddenly accelerated, jerking left and right until it barreled head-on into a brick wall at 100 miles per hour. And when first responders arrived, the two men were pronounced dead at the scene.
Yeah, what the fuck? How? What? Tesla? Bats?
Mackenzie was found unconscious and trapped inside the
Sorry.
man's car. But instead of getting hit with manslaughter charges, she got slapped with multiple counts of murder. And that's because prosecutors allege that this was no accident, saying that she actually crashed the car on purpose because she was trying to kill her boyfriend with whom she had a tumultuous relationship and that his friend was just collateral damage. But then pointing to evidence like a computer analysis showing that she floored it without ever making an effort to slow down, going so fast her fuzzy Prada slipper was found stuck to the gas pedal. Plus, a few days before the crash, Mackenzie took the same obscure route, apparently plotting her crime. And so all that leading to this week where she was found guilty on all counts, and the judge saying she had a mission and she executed it with precision. And you can see her sobbing uncontrollably as the judge reads her verdict.
Her actions were controlled, methodical, deliberate, intentional, and purposeful. This was not reckless driving. This was murder.
And notably, her conviction carries an automatic sentence.
Yo, what? This is a crazy story. I haven't heard about this at all. What? Wait, how is she okay? How is she she's like fine. I'm so confused. I must know more. Damn it, Philly.
Of life in prison with the possibility of parole after 15 years. And then, you may not know this, but there's this growing segment of YouTube that's been aiming to hold police accountable for their actions while also informing the public of their constitutional rights. And here's the thing. The crazy part is that they're actually making some headway, although at the cost of sometimes having lawmakers pass punitive laws that undermine their efforts. So who we're talking about here are so-called First Amendment auditors.
I can't believe he just left it there. Dude, she's 19. That's nuts. I don't know if I believe that. The nurse in LA that killed 8 people, she's fine too, and somehow her story has completely disappeared and isn't being reported like it was initially. What the fuck? That's wild. I heard about the nurse like the day it happened, but I haven't heard anything since. That's so fucked. Charged with murder, Crash? Oh, what the fuck was her name? Did someone catch that? Mackenzie Shirilla? I think that's it. Okay, Daily Mail, People, Fox News. God damn it. Can I have a real publication, please? Any real publication. New York Post. Sports Week. Why can't I find anything legitimate on this? Literally, why? That's so weird. Is this even real? If it's only on Fox and the Daily Mail, like, I don't trust that it actually occurred. I'm gonna be real. I don't know if this is a real story. Ah. False flag?
This trial is a culmination of decisions made by one person, the defendant. Those decisions have forever altered the futures of 3 families, and of you also, Mackenzie. And your decisions forever robbed Dominic and Davion of the futures that they had before them. If there is one thing that can be taken away from this case, as painful as it is this. Every decision we make is important. Every action we make is important. Regardless of whether the
MK Ultra V2.0? Maybe.
decision is a good one or a bad one, or the actions are good or not, the result is the same. The consequences ripple through time and affect many more people than one might think at the time of the decision. In criminal cases, the state carries the greatest burden under our law, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As I previously stated, I considered all the evidence presented, and at this point I would like to comment specifically on Exhibit 802, the crash video. This is the type of evidence you can never unsee. You can never forget the visual or audio of this exhibit. It is chilling and tragic. As you review that exhibit, you know that you are watching the oncoming deaths of 2 people, and there is nothing that will stop it. The video clearly shows the purpose and intent of the defendant. She chose a course of death and destruction that day. Exhibit 802 crystallizes the deadly decision-making of the defendant. She morphs from a responsible driver to literal hell on wheels as she makes her way down the street. Mackenzie alone made the decision to drive the car, to drive an obscure route, a route she visited a few days before, and a route not routinely taken by her. Mackenzie alone chose the time to make the drive, early in the morning, when any reasonable person would expect that few people would be nearby to witness it or offer life-saving assistance. She made these decisions despite knowing, as any reasonable person would, that her mission of death could have involved others, not even in the car with her, other people, other cars, pedestrians. She had a mission, and she executed it with
I'm so confused. I'm so confused about how she's coming to all these conclusions. I need to know more.
Precision. The mission was death. Mackenzie alone decided to push the pedal to the floor and demand the ultimate speed of that vehicle to 90 to 100 miles per hour. She alone decided what was to be. Mackenzie decided death was the ultimate goal that day, and she alone made that decision for Dominic and Davion, and she continuously acted in a manner to achieve her purpose. Whether or not she intended to also kill herself is a matter of speculation. They have no relevance to the weighing of the evidence in this case. The totality of the evidence clearly demonstrates that Mackenzie Shirilla acted purposely and intentionally in the early morning hours of July 31st, 2022, and her purpose was to kill Dominic Russo and Davion Flanagan. No reasonable fact finder could view the totality of this evidence in this case and come to any other conclusion. Her actions were controlled, methodical, deliberate, intentional, and purposeful. This was not reckless driving. This was murder. Court renders the following verdicts. Count 1. The court, having had count 1 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of murder, to wit Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02a, is charged in count 1. Count 2. The court, having had count 2 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of murder, to wit Davion Flanagan, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.0.
Dude, she's just a kid. I need to see that video again. Mackenzie Shirilla. Wait. I don't know if I'm allowed to show this. Second. Yeah, that clip that Philly showed is all... It's all there is.
Mackenzie Shirilla acted purposely and intentionally.
She runs the corner, being normal, and then floors it. I think loses control. I don't know, dude. I think it's hard to say from that alone. I'm curious what other evidence was, like, submitted. Because this is such a crazy story. You had such a perfect life ahead of you, he said on his obituary. Oh. I miss your laughter and your perfect smile. I feel your energy around me every day. I just wish it was physical. Her family also posted something. She loved you. We loved you, or her whole family loved you forever in our hearts, forever. Prosecutors said Shirilla had gone on a mission to kill Russo by purposely driving her 100-mile-per-hour car into a wall with her boyfriend inside. Oh, drug possession. I feel like that probably played into it. I wonder what drugs. Oh. So sad. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, like, not what I've seen. It was just the THC? It was just weed? Dude. What the fuck? She was found unconscious and not breathing and trapped inside her car. Fuck, dude.
2A is charged in count 2 of the indictment. Count 3, murder. The court, having had count 3 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of murder, to wit Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02b as charged in count 3. Count 4, murder. The court, having had count 4 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of murder, to wit Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02b is charged in count 4. Count 5, felonious assault. The court, having had count 5 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of felonious assault, to wit Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.11 of the Revised Code is charged in count 5 of the indictment. Count 6, felonious assault. The court, having had count 6 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the
Killing someone more or less deliberately. Yeah, it's like up to the state, depending on like how they want to break up their different levels of murder charges. I'm not even sure where this was. Ohio. Yeah. They're just doing whatever they feel like.
defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of felonious assault, to wit Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.11A2, is charged in count 6. Count 7, felonious assault. The court, having had count 7 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of felonious assault, to wit Davion Flanagan, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.11A1, as charged in count 7. Count 8, felonious assault. The court, having had count 8 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of felonious assault, to wit Davion Flanagan, in violation of Ohio Revised Code.
Is that her mom? She's really putting on a show.
Section 2903.11A2 as charged in count 8. Count 9, aggravated vehicular homicide. The court, having had count 9 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of aggravated vehicular homicide, to wit Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.06A2A, is charged in count 9.
I really want to know what fucking car she was driving. I really want to know. I feel like if it was an EV or something with like self-driving, they would have said that, right? Right?
Count 10, aggravated vehicular homicide.
It was a Camry? Oh. Oh.
The court, having had count 10 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of
a traffic offense. Yeah, they'll get her on anything they can.
Aggravated vehicular homicide, to wit Davion Flanagan.
The hate for EVs is real. Look, listen, I just wanted to know, okay?
In violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.06A2A, is charged in count 10. Count 11, drug possession. The court, having had count 11 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of drug possession in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2925.11A, as charged in count.
Is weed not legal in Ohio? I thought it was. Elon isn't personally managing the Teslas. It's okay. They are safe. I mean, he's not personally managing them, but I mean, he did oversee like the implementation of safety regulations and stuff.
11. Count 12, possessing criminal tools. The court, having had count 12 tried to have pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of possessing criminal tools in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2923.
Wait, criminal tools?
.24a is charged in count 12. The court, having had count 12 tried to have pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of possessing criminal tools and further finds the defendant did intend to use a substance, device, instrument, or article, to wit, a digital scale, to commit the offense of a felony. Sentencing will be...
Oh my God. Dude. Weed is not legal in Ohio, but it is on the ballot. So, God, it's so fucking, that part is so dumb. Oh my God. Like, you know they're gonna take this case and be like, oh, weed makes you into a murderer. It makes you just act impulsively and do murder. The whole boogeter, yeah. Yep. Yeah, prosecutors will do that. They'll stack a bunch of charges. Usually they won't all go through. Like, there must be some fucking evidence that, like, the judge and jury are, like, convinced on. Okay. Okay. I believe you.
1 week from today, August 21st at 1 p.m. If any party wishes to file a sentencing memorandum, it is to be filed by 4 p.m. on Thursday, August 17th. Thank you.
Thank you. Love you, baby.
Love you.
Everybody drinks this, please.
Man, life with the chance of parole in 15 years. That's insane. I just want to know more. I feel like there's something that I am missing. Elon can suck it. The cars are not to blame. I'm getting one as soon as, I think. So I may be biased, yeah. Fair. Fair. I mean, it is cool. It is cool. I don't like the idea of, like, being out of control when something's going wrong. Something a plea bargain or something midway down the list. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, keepers. It happens all the time, like, even before trial. Yeah. Yep.
Who claim that they're just trying to educate the public and police about people's constitutional rights, with many doing so by actually going out there into the field after feeling like police in America lack accountability and they're overzealous. Though notably, how they go about this work can vary wildly. Some tackle the situations like Christopher Ruff does on his Direct D YouTube channel, and inevitably, officers start interacting with him, and then things can go off the rails quickly. In one video, he questioned why officers were taking the ID of a passenger, something that isn't necessarily required by law. Eventually, their officers ask him to step away from the scene and escort him down the block, and by the end of the video, Ruff is demanding that they arrest him, probably knowing that it would be an unlawful arrest, and screaming at the officers,
"Come on! F you, dude! Staring at me like you're gonna do something. F you! You punk bitch motherfucker!"
However, not
Oh my God. You're just gonna get shot.
every auditor is so confrontational. In fact, most are usually calm with police and film either random places in public or areas that they know police will stop to question them. Places like in police station lobbies or their parking lots. With one such channel being Sean Paul Ray's Long Island Audit. Take this video, for example, where he films a Larchmont Village Center from its parking lot with Reyes stating,
"We are here today to peacefully exercise our First Amendment right to film in public and publicly accessible areas, and to ensure that our government officials And public servants respect that right.
You see him quickly confronted by a detective asking what he's doing. And from there, it turns into an argument about whether or not Reyes needs to identify himself, whether he can film in the parking lot, and many other niche aspects of the First Amendment. But for auditors, it's those specific issues that are fundamental rights that police should know about but don't. Right? Things like they generally don't need to identify themselves or show ID to police if they stop them without really being able to say what they did wrong, or demanding that they stop filming in public spaces that are generally accessible to the public, such as a police station lobby. Though, I really need to point out, there are a bunch of asterisks.
Okay. Philly's really like blowing smoke up these guys' asses. You know, they do some good things, like he's saying, but I don't know how productive it is. Like, a lot of these confrontations don't exactly end well. It's almost always white dudes that are libertarians. So they have just like an extraordinary amount of privilege to be able to do these things. And also, like, it's not like if you're like a black woman being pulled over, you can do these same tactics. You can't just start screaming "fuck you." It's not going to end the same way. So it is. I feel like it's almost dangerous to just like put blanket advice out there, like, "Oh, always ask if you can go." I don't know, like that's not always like a winning strat. Encouraging people to get into conversations with cops that will not end the same way as theirs does. Yeah, yeah.
To those rules of thumb. Right, while these activities are protected by the First Amendment, the specifics vary from state to state and even city to city. Right, so if you're stopped by an officer while walking down the street for no reason and you're asked to identify yourself, don't say, "Hey, Philip DeFranco said I didn't have to." Right, there are different places with different specific laws. But with this whole situation, there's the question of, well, how does confronting officers in this manner actually teach them anything? Well, it creates a situation where either a more knowledgeable officer comes along and informs them, hey, they're actually allowed to do this, or the auditor often gets detained or arrested, leading to lawsuits. And then those cases eventually further cement these First Amendment protections. In fact, a recent example of this came out of Texas when Philip Turner was arrested for refusing to identify himself to officers while recording them, with his case eventually going to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, which ruled in his favor. And that case allowed the Fifth Circuit to follow the precedent established by other circuits, that there's a right to record police subject to only reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. And for the auditors, this is all about far more than just a theoretical right that's protected by the Constitution. It has real-world impact. I mean, a massive example of this are the changes we've seen to policing as a fallout of George Floyd's death. It's very likely that the only reason the officers in the case were actually held accountable is because of the clear, verifiable video that we had of the death. And it's not just Floyd. Many other police interactions have been caught on camera by the public, and many more would likely be if police knew that the public was allowed to be there to film. However, a very big thing is there's been pushback to the movement, both from people who support it and those against it. Right within the movement, there's a whole subgenre of channels, some of which are very large, that critique these interactions. Sometimes everyone gets a good grade for a perfectly fine interaction, such as when the police
Audit the audit. Classic.
Police arrive and they let the person who called the police know that the guy filming outside is actually doing so in a perfectly legal way and go away. No issue, everyone's cordial. Though other times, auditors can get a bad.
Yeah, true. I don't think there's any, at least many black people taking that advice seriously. I just worry. I don't know. I just worry in general.
Bad grade if they act like Ruff does on occasion and scream profanities at police to try and escalate the situation. So it becomes easy to see why videos where you have people like Ruff legally in the right, still leaving people with a weird taste in their mouth about the movement and viewing auditors as people just trying to get a payout from police overstepping their authority. But the biggest key pushback usually comes from police officers and the lawmakers that support them. Officers claim that the videos are often selectively edited, can spread misinformation about the extent of legal rights, escalate encounters with citizens, and endanger everyone involved. And as for the lawmakers, at least 6 states have tried to pass laws that limit how much officers can be filmed in public. In Arizona,
Okay, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. You should be able to film police anytime. Anytime. Fuck that.
Arizona, for example, an alliance of media companies and free press activists challenged a law that made it illegal to film police within an 8-foot buffer zone. And actually, laws like that usually get smacked down in federal court as they clearly violate the First Amendment. So what instead you see are other states taking a different approach. In Indiana, for example, they made it illegal to get within 25 feet of police if they're ordered not to approach, and Michigan's attempting to pass a similar law. Louisiana would have also been
25 feet, dude. That's absurd. For what? For what?
among them if the governor didn't veto the bill. And police have also taken novel approaches to limiting how much they interact with auditors at traffic stops by putting up massive police tape zones around the stop, making it so that while the auditor can film, it'll be a good distance away. But with all that said, whether you're completely new to this situation or you're a consumer of that kind of content, I'd love to know your thoughts here. And then, I'm not a Texas native, and so maybe I only see the crazy stories about this guy, but are there ever like normal?
Yeah, we should watch Audit the Audit sometimes. I don't know. Mixed feelings. Mixed feelings. I don't agree with his ratings most of the time. But I do like the idea of like just giving police Fs every time and outlining why. But yeah, no, like you're saying, like it's so dangerous to like play that game. I don't know.
Stories about Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, because some new abuse of power allegations just dropped and they are juicy. Because as we've talked about before, Paxton has been suspended from office and is facing an impeachment trial in the state Senate there. And that after a majority of Republicans in the GOP-controlled House voted to impeach him on 20 counts, including bribery, abuse of public trust, dereliction of duty, and more. Which actually, if you want to deep dive into those allegations, I made a video, I'll include a link in the description. But for what you need to know about this story today is that many of the allegations against Paxton center around his relationship with Nate Paul. With Paul being an Austin-based real estate developer and friend of Paxton's who was charged back in June with 8 counts of making false claims to financial institutions.
Two of the shadiest looking guys ever. Shocking. They would never. Yeah.
And one of those counts was reportedly tied to Paxton's impeachment allegation.
You should not respect cops, but you should respect the fact that they're power tripping, trigger happy people. Yeah. Do not care about your rights. Yeah. Yep. 100%. Like, a cab every day, all the time, every day for the rest of time until I die. A cab, but you're not gonna catch me resisting arrest. I simply have too much anxiety, and I just know how quick they are to like take it personally and pull out their gun, like. Yeah. The safest cop to talk to is to not talk. Yeah. Every day is shut the fuck up Friday. It's true. Yep.
Right, many of the accusations against Paxton first came out in October of 2020 when 7 of his top aides published a letter they had previously sent to his office's HR director, with them accusing him of abusing his office to benefit Paul, among other crimes, and calling on the FBI to investigate, which it did. And that letter is super important because many of the impeachment articles against Paxton involve the claims the staffers made about the numerous ways the AG used his power to protect Paul from an FBI investigation that he was facing in 2020, as well as Paxton's alleged efforts to undermine the whistleblowers and conceal their letter. With the articles alleging that in return for all Paxton's assistance, Paul returned the favor by hiring a woman the AG was having an affair with and paying for expensive renovations to his home, right, which is where the bribery charge comes in. Now, Paxton, for his part, has filed pre-trial motions seeking to dismiss all 20 articles of impeachment, arguing that the claims are baseless and accusing the Texas State House of trying to overturn the will of the people. And that because most of the charges against him were actually known to the public before his most...
It's rigged, brother. Yeah, sure. Sure. You're pulling the old Trump special. Who could have seen this coming?
Recent election year, and they still chose to elect him anyway. But the House impeachment investigators have responded, oh yeah? Cool. With them responding to his motions and new filings made public yesterday that provides tons of new evidence detailing the depth of Paxton's relationship with Paul and the extreme lengths the two went to hide their relationship. Right, according to the filings, that included Paxton and Paul creating a fake Uber account under the name Dave P. And not only did both men access that account to meet each other, but Paxton also used the account to visit the woman he was having an affair with. Beyond that, the investigators...
Oh my god. They used the burner phone to meet up with the homies and with their affairs. Come on. Come on. You gotta have 2 phones. One for the plug and one for the hose. Okay? 2 phones.
Alleged that Paxton used burner phones and secret personal email accounts and frequently ditched his security details so he could meet up with Paul and others. The filing also revealed previously unknown allegations, including that Paxton and Paul met at least 20 times during the spring and summer of 2020, with them sometimes discussing the FBI investigation into Paul, as well as further accusations of how Paxton's staff repeatedly warned him about Paul and consistently tried to, quote, save Paxton from his constant insistence on using the power of the Attorney General's office to help Paul, and continually beseeched Paxton to not let Paul use the AOG for his counterattack on innocent citizens and law enforcement. with them adding that Paxton took extensive steps to morph the Office of the Attorney General into Paul's concierge law firm and, along the way, cover up his abuse of the office. And going on to claim that once Paxton learned that his staffers had written the letter reporting his behavior to the FBI, he acted quickly to conceal his relationship with Paul, including by wiring him $122,000 to a company connected to Paul to hide the home renovations the developer had paid for. And so those are kind of the main new allegations here. Filing also providing more details about accusations that had already been public. But honestly, diving into all that would require a whole new show, so I'm going to link for more information in the description. So for now, we kind of just have to wait a little over 2 weeks, because currently the trial is slotted to start on September 5th. So while of course I'd love to know everyone's thoughts on this story, if you live or have lived in Texas, what are your thoughts here? And then, y'all fossil fuel giants have hired
They need a second trick. Yeah. They only have the one, and apparently they only need one. It's working for Trump, so why not? Goddamn. Lie and deny. Not guilty. Witch hunt. Then ride out the news cycle. Yeah. And when they indict you, don't forget the good old
I did everything right and they indicted me.
classic.
hired an army of influencers to convince the youth that oil and gas are cool, hip, and green. Which should be, but I guess isn't shocking, because everyone wants to pay for good PR. I mean, we've talked about things recently, like how Shein flew a bunch of TikTokers out on an all-expenses-paid trip to some of its factories in China, so they just gush about how happy the workers are to their audiences.
I have a video essay about this. Probably won't get to it tonight, but I'm very excited about it.
And while this story is like that, but even more blatant, because these fossil
How is it so late? And I'm still on Philly D. What the fuck?
fuel companies are directly paying creators to run what are basically advertisements on their accounts, with the investigative outlet DSmog finding more than 100 influencers who have been
So much orange about his person doing a second term in the matching jumpsuit. It's gonna be so good. I've already seen the AI generated images. Delightful. Delightful.
used to promote the industry since 2017, reaching billions of people. And these influencers include everyone from travel bloggers and nail artists to lifestyle and tech channels, like the grandfluencer Nora Capistrano Sangalang, also known as Mama Nora or Lola or our Filipino grandma, where she's known for boasting about her grandson, dispelling stereotypes about aging, and of course making sure her audience is well fed. But then in September of last year, she posted an ad for Shell's Fuel Rewards program to her over 2 million followers on TikTok and Instagram, and captioning it, "You can't spell loyalty without Lola."
But you'll save money.
This is so dystopian, dude. Oh my god, this is so dystopian. Thanks, I hate it. I hate everything. We'll find out if a president can indeed pardon himself. Yeah, true. You know he'll try. Guess we'll see. This shit is so fucked up. Shell Stations US is partnering with your favorite internet grandma to help us give back to its loyal customers for Fuel Rewards 10-year anniversary. How? The best way we know how. By putting more money in your pockets. Why aren't you saving gas? Oh, why aren't you saving gas money on purchases you already make? Facepalm emoji. I'm tired.
2 million followers on TikTok and Instagram, and captioning it, "You can't spell loyalty without Lola."
But you'll save money on gas just for making everyday purchases at places like Dunkin'.
Dunkin'?
Yeah, and you'll even save money just for linking your T-Mobile account.
Loki, this program sounds lit. Okay, how do I sign up?
And that provoking backlash from fans who commented stuff like, "Love your account, but why would you ever partner up with Shell, a company that has caused environmental disasters and is a major contributor to climate change?" But it's precisely that
Grandma, no! Grandma, why?
kind of reaction from young people that's motivating oil and gas companies to do these campaigns. Because that is the current mindset for a lot of the youth. But what if we just bombard them and normalize the companies? Or there's a concerted effort to win the trust of millennials and Gen Z, and places like TikTok and Instagram are the best place to do it. And I mean, you could just look at a BP strategy document that was leaked in 2020, for example, with that showing the firm trying to reach influencers so it can become more relatable, passionate, and authentic, and admitting that it's seen as one of the bad guys. And one particular lie that the industry has been spreading through this network of influencers is the idea that fossil fuel giants are leading the green transition, with numerous mouthpieces touting Shell's Drive Carbon Neutral program, in which it claimed to be purchasing carbon credits that offset your emissions to reinvest in nature-based solutions projects.
Some say offsetting is greenwash, which is a fair point, but research has shown that carbon offsets is actually a credible way to tackle climate change.
But all that,
It's not. It's not. Spoiler alert, it's not. Carbon offsets don't exist. You cannot quantify how much carbon you are offsetting.
total bullshit. Or with The Guardian this year revealing that the carbon credits approved by the world's leading certifier are largely worthless and could even worsen the climate crisis. But as these companies have moved away from a strategy of just denying climate signs, they're instead trying to persuade people that, hey, we are actually the ones solving climate change. And while I know most everyone watching these videos is
They wouldn't just lie.
smarter than that, I still think it's important to call it out. So you're gonna think I'm crazy, but it turns out pollution is kind of good for the climate, and Hank Green may or may not be a madman. Let's start with the first of the two, air pollution. Right, for decades, big ships used nasty-ass fuel that contained sulfur, and when burned, released sulfur dioxide into the air. Then, that SO2 would get absorbed into clouds, making them fluffier and even form their own nasty clouds called ship tracks, with even satellites spotting these long white things crossing the ocean. They can be horrible. Nasty clouds called ship tracks, with even
Chemtrails, brother. It's chemtrails from the ships. Wait, actually, though, that's gross. That is kind of gross.
satellites spotting these long white things crossing the ocean. They can be horrible because they create acid rain, which in turn acidifies the oceans and leads to health problems in humans and animals. Which is why in 2020, the UN's International Maritime Organization began enforcing a cap on how much sulfur ships can put in their fuel. That was a wild success, cutting those ships' sulfur pollution by more than 80% and improving air quality worldwide. But it turns out it also had the unintended effect of making climate change worse. Right, those sulfuric clouds actually reflected some of the sun's rays back out, keeping
Oh no. Heck,
the
wait.
lower atmosphere and surface cooler than they would have been
Cut the good.
otherwise. So when we cleaned up our sulfur pollution, the Earth got a lot hotter, and nowhere was that more true than the North Atlantic, where shipping traffic is incredibly dense. You know, we recently even talked about how the North Atlantic Ocean this year heated up to record temperatures, with waters off the coast of Florida literally becoming a hot tub. And don't get it twisted, climate change has been heating up the ocean for a long time already, but most of the spike in surface temperatures we've seen recently comes from the reduction in sulfur pollution. Though also a few other factors like El Nino coming this year or less dust floating over the Sahara are also contributors. With Science.org saying in the shipping corridors, the increased light represents a 50% boost to the warming effect of human carbon emissions, which is why so many people have reacted to several studies on this by screaming in terror, it's even worse than we thought. But this month, our friend and big brain super genius Hank Green pointed out that this provides actually a priceless natural experiment that we never would have been able to conduct otherwise.
What? A free natural experiment. I'm so confused. Is he suggesting that we put the sulfur back? Is that what he's saying? Hank Green is too smart for me.
Think of it how, like in the pandemic, we shut down so much economic activity it actually allowed the environment to partially recover. Or perhaps more to this.
I've been doing very eggy farts all week. Does that not mean I'm making this issue miserably worse? I mean, I think you're actually helping it, right? Because the lack of the sulfur was the thing that is making climate change worse, because it was blocking the rays, right? I don't know. I'm so fucking burnt on this fucking Philly.
This specific point, how in 1991, Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines erupted, firing an ash plume into the stratosphere that dispersed a blanket of aerosol particles across the globe, and that producing the largest sulfur dioxide cloud ever recorded in human history. And just that single event, it cooled global temperatures by about 0.5 degrees Celsius over the next year. Right, so Hank looks at this stuff and says, hey, maybe geoengineering can actually work, which if you're not familiar is the deliberate modification of our environment, usually the atmosphere, to counteract global warming. Some of the more obscure proposals there include building giant vacuums that literally suck carbon out of the air, also coating surfaces, buildings, even whole cities with a reflective paint so white that it looks like me in the winter. Hell, even deploying reflective shields to outer space where they'd orbit the Earth. But the most popular idea is to spray our own aerosols. So hopefully something much safer than sulfur and get it into the stratosphere. In fact, the White House even recently released a report that lays the groundwork for a solar geoengineering research program. And as for Hank, he proposes spraying seawater into the air to make a bunch of clouds shaped like little Hanks.
Most of the water evaporates, leaving behind little crystals of salt that then can seed clouds, and then it just falls back down, and the ocean's like, yeah, that was the salt that was here in the first place. Instead of saying, should humanity take this giant step forward and begin geoengineering the planet, What we're saying is, should we take a giant step forward and do it instead of accidentally and haphazardly and in the most reckless manner possible? Do it intentionally and carefully.
But in spite of Hank's magnificent Einstein-sized cranium, the idea is extremely controversial. Though not so much because the scientists don't think that it'll cool the planet. In fact, most agree that it could be effective. Rather because like any good wonder drug, they fear the side effects may outweigh the benefits. For example, some are concerned it could disrupt
Basically an indoor pet these days. Maybe I'm somehow sucking fluffy clouds and depositing sulfur across the room. I never leave. I mean, that's probably not good for you generally. Maybe open a window sometimes.
rainfall patterns across the globe, thus worsening some of the extreme weather we've already been suffering through because of climate change. Or there could be a temperature drop in one area that could correspond with an increase somewhere else. You also have experts warning that tweaking even one element in a complex interdependent climate system could have effects that we aren't even imagining right now. And those harms could disproportionately fall on certain regions like
the air is damp and has had a taste. Ew! Keepers, ew! You should not be able to taste the air. Stop. Clean your air. Clean your air right now.
poor countries that rely on monsoon season for agriculture, which is one of the many reasons why on one hand convincing the rest of the world to get on board with geoengineering could be difficult, and then on the other hand doing it unilaterally as just one country could piss off a lot of other people because you're changing the whole world. But a key thing here is while you have people arguing about this all in theory, you have some pointing to how little time we actually have left to fix the climate, and with that arguing that radical crises call for radical solutions, which to that others counter that even if greenhouse gas emissions drop to zero today, we'd still have to deal with all the accumulated carbon heating up our world. And solar geoengineering does nothing to address that side of the crisis, so they argue that it's not quite as radical as it seems. Plus, critics warn that fossil fuel companies could promote geoengineering as an excuse to keep pumping out CO2. Right? Worries that they'll take this and tell everyone, hey, we don't need to decarbonize anymore because we can just shield the earth from the sun, which is part of the reason many experts are even scared to research this topic because they fear as soon as the technology becomes possible, someone will use it. Or like we've seen with pretty much every technology that's ever existed, there's a good way to use stuff and then there's a bad way to use stuff. Although bad is subjective, so we'll say there's a good way and then there's alternative ways that have less than ideal outcomes, depending on the viewer.
Alternative ways. Yeah, you can just like, you know, do alternative, global, what is it? Geoengineering. It's just alternative facts. It's fine. It's fine. Not technically the air I'm tasting. Ew.
But the fact remains, we have gotten a lot of information that happened in the real world. It's outside of the labs, it's outside of simulation. And so the question remains, what are we going to do with that information? And then the EPA is just gonna 100% let you get cancer. That is the takeaway from a shocking new report on the agency's Renewable Fuel Standard Program. Because this program was created back in the 2000s and it was meant to streamline the approval process for new biofuels and waste-based fuels derived from plastics, and touting them as a green alternative to those made from oil and gas. And with this, to make sure these new fuels weren't hazardous, which for cancer usually means the lifetime risk for an air pollutant is no higher than 1 in a million, the EPA studies their chemical composition and produces a consent order, a legally binding document that outlines risks to human health or the environment. And actually earlier this year, we got a consent order for a Chevron refinery in Mississippi to produce a dozen plastic-based fuels that present serious health risks, with those including developmental problems in
Plastic-based fuel. I'm sorry, why? Wait, why? Ugh, gross. I feel like that's the worst possible thing you could do.
children, cancer and harm to the nervous system, reproductive system, liver, kidney, blood, and spleen. And the highest noted risk coming from a jet fuel that was expected to give cancer to 1 out of 4 people exposed to its air pollution over a lifetime. Which, I mean, is already bad enough, but what was not included in the final report was an even scarier estimate from the underlying risk assessment that ProPublica got through a Freedom of Information Act request. Right? Using the EPA's figures, the outlet calculated the lifetime cancer risk from breathing air pollution that comes from a boat engine burning the fuel. And somehow, the numbers came out to 1.3 in 1. Meaning every single person exposed to it over the course of a full lifetime is expected to get cancer. That is literally a...
I'm sorry. How? How is it 1.3 in 1? More than one person in 1? Like, every person is 130% likely to get cancer. Am I reading that right?
Every single person exposed to it over the course of a full lifetime is expected to get cancer. That is literally 1,000,000 times higher than what the agency usually considers acceptable for new chemicals, and 6 times worse than the risk of lung cancer from a lifetime of smoking. Which is why you have a scientist who worked at the EPA for 30 years saying when she first saw the 1 in 4 figure, she thought it was a typo. And then when she saw the 1.3 in 1 figure, she was left struggling for words. Telling ProPublica, I had never seen a 1 in 4 risk before this, let alone a 1.3 in 1. This is ridiculously high. But that's not the only finding that was conspicuously omitted from the consent order, right? Also, for every 100 people who just ate fish raised in water contaminated with that same product over a lifetime, 7 would be expected to develop cancer.
I'm so confused about the 1.3 in 1. Please explain.
Despite all of this, the EPA mandated no protections except requiring workers to wear gloves, as opposed to, requiring companies to reduce or monitor their emissions or restrict the use of the fuel or just ban it altogether. When asked about the discrepancies between the risk assessment and the consent order, the agency chalked it up to a mistake, saying the consent order attributed the 1 in 4 number to air pollution from smokestacks, but it actually meant boats and planes using the fuel. But also, the agency never mentioned this to ProPublica or The Guardian in the several email exchanges that they had. And it also defended what it previously had called a mistake and saying that the risks were overstated because the assessment used conservative assumptions in its modeling. Right? Scientists assumed, for instance, that every plane at an airport would be idling on a runway burning an entire tank of fuel. The cancer-causing components would be present in the exhaust, and that residents nearby would breathe that exhaust every day over their lifetime. So the messiness of everything raises the question of, well, okay, what would the risks be under more realistic assumptions? And to that, the agency has not provided an answer. And so Mississippi residents, environmental...
You mean to say if you inhale plastic fuel for your whole life, you get cancer? Shocking. Wow. Good study.
Groups and politicians are now putting pressure on it to keep people safe. But all of this coming as the EPA Inspector General is also investigating the new chemicals.
Good, that's what you all get? For eating gross fish? What? Wait, what?
Division for alleged corruption and industry influence, with 4 whistleblowers telling The Intercept that on several occasions, information about hazards was deleted from agency assessments without informing or seeking the consent of the scientists who authored them, with all of them describing a culture of fear inside the division where supervisors pressure scientists to downplay risks. One toxicologist recalling an argument he had with a science advisor trying to get him to remove hazards from a chemical assessment, saying at one point he was shouting at me to change it. He basically was siding with the company, shouting at me that the company went apeshit when they saw this document. That scientist refusing to budge, and then several months later, he was assigned to a different office. Then, in another example, rats exposed to a single dose of a chemical became lethargic, lost weight, had trouble moving, or even died. So a scientist flagged this in her assessment, but then, remembering the reaction from her supervisor explaining, she kept asking me, look at the data, look at the data, look at it again, tell me what you see. I knew she wanted me to make the hazards go away, and she even said that, why don't you take a look at the actual study data again, and maybe the hazards will go away. Maybe hold the data up to the light, maybe squint a little. Maybe that rat didn't.
It's literally like Trump. It's like Trump. Oh, just find a few more votes. Just find better data. Just find it.
Very notably, reports say that these issues have persisted even after Trump left office, despite the Biden administration's pledge to clean up the agency. But that is where your big old dive into the news is going to end. And remember, beautifulbastard.com.
What? He didn't drain the swamp?
Show me your feet, but that is just a coupon code. I don't want to see your little piggies. And 2, for more news you need to know, I got you covered right here. You can click or tap where I got you in the links in the description. Or if you're a maniac and you've already seen everything, do not worry, because my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here next time.
What does the Vietnam War have in common with that old lettuce in your fridge? I mean, you're not gonna eat that. They're both connected to what some...
Dark history time? I don't know if we're gonna get into leftovers tonight, y'all. I don't know if we're gonna make it. We could start it now, and I would finish probably around 5 a.m. So, maybe we just do that tomorrow. So yeah, let's just do Dark History, and then we can do Jarvis. And then see what's up.
Call the most controversial company in the world. This is a company that was supposed to represent the future of America, but instead they helped destroy the...
What are you talking about? The toxicity of the fish? What do you mean? Are you talking about mercury? Like what? I'm confused. Is our fish uniquely toxic? Axe body spray. Is that the most controversial company? No. Monsanto. Obviously. Obviously. Can you please explain this, though? What's wrong with the fish? Should I not be eating fish? I eat a lot of fish. Am I gonna die? What do you know that I don't know?
What does the Vietnam War have in common with that old lettuce in your fridge? I mean, you're not gonna eat that. They're both connected to what some call the most controversial company in the world. This is a company that was supposed to represent the future of America, but instead they helped destroy the farming industry, poison children, and change the food we eat forever. This is the shocking story of Monsanto Chemical Corporation. Boo!
I was so confused. I thought you were talking about smelling fish. I can't. Oh my god, that was so funny. I choked. I'm sorry. Fish in the plastic smoke river kills systems kill you as well. Fish in the plastic smoke river. Fish in the plastic smoke river. Biomass generators. Cancer and bioaccumulation. Okay, but you lost me at plastic smoke river systems. Ew. Oh, sure. But, like, that's just adding to the cancer, you know? Who can say if it's the cancer from the fish or if it's the cancer from the air and whatever, water, etc. Sure, sure.
Hi, how are you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Yes, this is my podcast. Don't mind the corn behind me or the farmer with the totally safe pesticide. That looks legit, huh? Why do you look like a dick? Okay. Oh, so hey, all you have to do is sit back, relax, and let's talk about that hot, juicy history. It's really not goss though, because like we're spitting facts here, okay? Look, so when you walk into a grocery store, there's always fruit like right at the front, right? And then if you look around, I did this at the store the other day. I was like looking around. You see on the walls, there's pictures of like jolly farmers and sometimes driving a tractor, petting some chicken.
It's all lies.
Right? It's just like cute. And you're like, oh my God, farm. That's where my food comes from. And then get this, it's intentionally misleading. I mean, those pictures are there to subconsciously make us feel like what we're buying is still hand-picked by that lovely farmer and farm fresh. But the reality is that farming has changed in a big way around the world, and this is thanks in part to a little company called Monsanto. Monsanto! Okay. So before we keep going, I just want to make it clear with you. Monsanto, they were acquired or like bought by a company called Bayer in 2018. So now technically Monsanto is just Bayer. I know. So like they don't go by Monsanto anymore. It's just Bayer, but most of
That's crazy. I did not know that.
their like shady stuff happened when they were still called Monsanto. So that's what I'm just going to call them moving forward. But it's under the Bayer umbrella, Bayer. They're shady. I trusted them for so long. I've seen those commercials.
I knew someone that interned for Monsanto, and when I asked him, like, how do you grapple with that ethically? Like, don't you worry that like you're contributing to like really harmful stuff? He's like, no, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be a millionaire before I'm 30. You know, at least he was honest. At least he was honest. He probably is. He probably is. I haven't looked him up in a while.
Commercials, Bayer. They're like, take 2 of our aspirins and you won't have a heart attack. And they've been pushing that down our throats since like 1982. So listen here, Bayer. We're on to you. It's not a threat. I'm just like pointing out.
It might come and you weren't
facts.
ready for it.
Okay,
You
so
gotta be ready for the come.
Oh my god. Hello. Hi. Nabil, thank you so much.
I am
Thank
coming
you.
hard.
Oh my god. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Let me hi, hello. I'm Lainey. Welcome to my stream. I go by she they pronouns. I do politics, news, history, art history, all kinds of stuff. Welcome in everybody. I can take it out of follower mode. Wait. Nope, that was the wrong way. Okay. TikTok queen. I mean, I don't know about that. I'm trying. I have a few successes there. So happy to see you, Nabil. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for the raid again. We're doing Dark History right now. We're talking about Agent Orange and Monsanto and all that. Strap in.
picture summer break. Picture it, okay? But it's like back in the day and just being outside, just soaking up the sun, the vitamin D, fresh air, birds, no screens, okay? You're there laying on like a towel maybe and just downing like 5 of those rocket popsicles that you got from the truck. Yeah, those things were the shit. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. So it's the best of times, right? We're outside, we're living life. It's happy, it's innocent. It's just nice, right? Now, what if I told you all those years playing outside would actually kill you? I know, I don't know. Well, for thousands of people in Anniston, Alabama, this literally happened. Yeah, something in Anniston was making all sorts of people sick. Anniston is a town that sits at the end of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Where's that? That sounds pretty. Blue Ridge? I'm into it. It seemed like one of those southern towns from the movies where everyone like really knows each other. They all go to church together. It was very picturesque back in the day. In the 60s, the population of Anniston was around 33,000 people. So it was like a pretty small place. And over 42% of people in the state were living below the poverty line. This was especially true on the west side of Anniston. The people who lived there, they grew their own food. They raised pigs in their backyard. They caught fish in the streams. And in general, like, you know, times were tough. A lot of the times, the people who lived there would just take the work that was presented to them. But something a little weird was going on in Anniston. I mean, there were rumors swirling around about a guy who walked through a local Anniston landfill, and at the bottom of his shoes, they completely burned off, just clean off. Very, Roger Rabbit. Remember when he's melting the shoe? I had nightmares about that. Soon, it wasn't just rumors. I mean, there were dozens of Anniston residents sick with mysterious, horrible illnesses. And like people were starting to wonder, like, what the hell is going on? So I'm gonna tell you what the hell was going on, okay? In 1935, a chemical company named Monsanto took over a local factory. So having a factory like this in town was supposed to be great for the people who live there.
This is such a fucking classic American story, dude. Many a city has such a story. Like some fucking chemical producing industry moves in, whether it's cars or pans or weatherproof jackets, and just pollutes the entire area. with PFAS, and it's just poison forever. Obviously, like, this is like much worse than PFAS. So fucking much worse.
I mean, it was going to give them a lot of jobs. Hopefully, tons of people were going to have steady work. And Monsanto produced a lot of different chemicals, but mostly they focused on like pretty scary chemicals known as PCBs. Yeah, let me tell you what PCB is short for, because I'm going to nail this. Here I go. Polychlorinated biphenyls. Nailed it. It's a scary chemical, whatever, it's PCB. Okay, so these chemicals, the PCBs, they were essentially used for creating like heavy machinery and electrical equipment. And every single day, the Monsanto factory would pull a DuPont. Do you remember DuPont season 1, first episode? Go back, it's great. But the Monsanto factory,
like Flint, and it's totally up to code, definitely copper water supply system, which funds were procured for decades ago. Yeah, just like that. Just like that. Yep, it's totally fixed now. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Obama drank the water, so don't you know, it's fine. Fine.
Factory would take all of their toxic waste and then they would dump it directly into the Anniston creeks and the landfills. So this is not great. They just were literally dumping millions upon millions of pounds of these chemicals. I mean, like it was regular trash. In a way, because like they're putting in the creek, so I hope you're not dumping trash in the creek, but you get it. So this meant that the chemicals were in the water that people, the community, they were drinking that water. It was the water that people swam in, and even like the water people baptized their children in. Praise God, you know? In 1966, some Monsanto workers...
I was baptized in the microplastics. God. They wouldn't drink the water if it was literal poison. Yeah.
Noticed that there was something like weird happening in the local creeks. So apparently, if fish were put in creeks near the factory, within 10 seconds, they would go belly up. Yeah, dead. And like the poor little fish would start spitting up blood like crazy, and I guess their skin would just shed right off. I don't think that...
Oh, dude. Yikes. That's like actually horrific. Like giving me like body horror right now.
That's good, right? And it's like, what do the workers do after they discover this? You're like, oh, that sucks. But they don't, nothing happens. A few years later, in 1969, workers discovered the fish in other Anniston creeks had 7,500 times the legal limit of like that PCB chemical, and it was all in their little fish bodies. 7,500 times the legal limit. So I think that's a lot. Okay, but once again, like people are discovering this, and like Monsanto's like, we don't do anything, like leave us out of this. Pretty soon they started to get some serious heat, Monsanto, because the rumors about what was happening in town, they weren't rumors anymore, it was a reality. Okay, so there's this article by a journalist named Harriet Washington. I'll link the article for you down below. And she highlights the shocking things that happened to the Anniston community. People were...
Dude, the skin sloughing off thing, I can't with that. That makes me want to fucking die. It makes me want to crawl out of my skin. That is horrific. And a lot of these chemicals, like, are still used. Like, things that might make your skin fall off if you drink the water of it. Roundup is, like, I'm pretty sure it's, like, definitely tied to cancer, right? I don't want to be spreading misinformation, but, I think I read that. Good news with that, it actually tends to make everyone who experience it actually die. Yeah. Perfect chemicals. I wonder what's happening in East Palestine. Oh, yeah. Yeah, East Palestine. I do wonder. I think last I heard, basically nothing. Basically nothing. It was like, what, $700? That they received for medical bills, and no one will buy their property. So not lots of good things happening in East Palestine, as far as I know.
We're suffering from terrifying things like sudden memory loss, confusion,
turning wants into painful death. Yep.
Autoimmune diseases, kidney failure. The list goes on. People who were like living near each other, they all got diagnosed with cancer around like the same time. And that's called a cancer cluster. But it was odd, right? And they didn't know what was going on. Nobody did. I mean, people were suddenly like immobile with illnesses that seemed to like come out of nowhere. And like some were even having serious breathing problems. Now, the major problem was that there was no test being done on people to like find out what the heck was really going on. And this was probably on purpose. I mean, let's be real. Instead of checking on the local Anniston people, Monsanto ordered tests to be done on rats. Yeah. So they wanted to see like what would happen to the rats once they were exposed to the factory's PCB chemicals. So they were like, we're gonna test these rats and we'll let you know if it's toxic. And then when the results came back, it wasn't good, okay? Because it was a bad look for them because the rats were covered in tumors. Yeah.
Yeah, this is why we still have things like Cancer Alley. Just a whole alley of people experiencing cancer at higher rates than the rest of the population because of industrial waste. One guess at the demographics of this area. It's systemic racism again.
Gasparilla. So when Monsanto received the rat test results, they acknowledged the tumors, but then
yeah, $700, totally fair, totally fair.
They ordered scientists to change the test results to say, quote, does not appear to be cancer causing, end quote, without making sure like it was actually true. They just straight up lied on their own tests to show the results that they wanted. I mean, it's like every corporation we talk about here. They all do this shit. Why is it legal? The worst part, even if residents avoided the creeks filled with chemicals, the chemicals were also like in the soil where people were growing their food. And even if you could find a way.
Can you cover your mouth and nose with one hand for 3 seconds? That is an odd request. Your mouth and nose with one hand for 3 seconds. Why? Wait, why? I can. I just. What's happening?
To avoid the water and like the food grown in Anniston, the Monsanto factories was one of the main employers in town. So pretty much everyone got some type of exposure. It was like nobody could win. In 1971, after 36 years, the Monsanto factory ended up closing, but it was honestly too late because it was discovered that the PCB chemicals had seeped into everything, like literally everything, and it was essentially part of their environment now. Monsanto
Study said no one can hold longer mouth and nose with one hand for 3 seconds while humming. I'm sorry, what? Like hold your breath and hum? I feel like I'm being pranked right now. I feel like I'm being debated.
Monsanto's PCBs became known as brain thieves because it would literally wear down the systems in the brain and like central nervous system, and like you need that to operate. So brain thieves, I could see that. It was also ruining people's endocrine systems. In other words, like the system that controls your hormones and like releases them into the blood.
Just holding breath. Are you telling me no one can hold their breath for 3 seconds? You want me to believe that?
And when your endocrine system is messed up, honestly, like everything goes sideways. Your reproductive system, your mood, your physical development, and even your mental development is thrown off. And like this continued to happen all over Anniston, just all over, all of it. I mean, people were just falling apart, and Monsanto kept telling them that these PCB chemicals were fine in small amounts. Yeah, it's totally fine, but just like small amount. But we all know that's BS. They're lying. We know it. It's like, of course, they're going to give us some loophole excuse. In 2003, after thousands of lawsuits and years in court, Monsanto was found guilty of knowingly poisoning Aniston. So Aniston residents ended up...
And then what? And then what? Surely they, you know, what they had to break up the company? They had to dissolve, and do into, what? Go to jail? I don't think so. I feel like that this is not going there. It must be late because I laughed at this exchange much harder than I should have. I still don't know what's going on. I'm very confused.
up receiving a settlement of like $43 million, which is like, yay, cool, good for them. But then like when the money got broken down, each of the adults had received an average of like $9,000 and $2,000 per child, which is a really big slap in the face because like many of these residents, many of these people had to deal with permanent disabilities. It was like, oh, thanks, wow. Monsanto wasn't always this way though. I mean, the company actually started out as something innocent. Yeah, a company that was supposed to be the face of American progress. I mean, a company that actually has some surprisingly sweet origins. So we're going back to the beginning. Okay, 1901, we're there.
Classic.
A man named John Queeny founded Monsanto. He was an executive who worked in the pharmaceutical industry. So like
Queeny?
He knew how successful the world of chemicals was gonna be, like it was the future. And he produced saccharin, which is an artificial sweetener. And honestly, the reason Monsanto took off the way they did is because their saccharin, it brought them one of their most powerful clients.
Is that Sweet and Low, I think?
In the whole world, Coca-Cola. It was a match made in heaven. Saccharin needed Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola needed saccharin. And they grew together, and they took off, and Coca-Cola became, you know, because of Monsanto's saccharin. You following? I mean, without Coca-Cola's business.
It is Sweet and Low. I know my artificial sweeteners, if nothing else.
Monsanto probably would not even be as big as they are. In 1915, Monsanto made its first $1 million.
It is actually impossible, and now I can't stop doing it. Wait. Are you also trolling me? God damn it. Why? I'm gonna go off. Oh, I'm gonna go off camera and try this.
And after just a few years, John had a multi-million-dollar company. So he started producing products that were even bigger money makers, like caffeine and vanillin, which is like a vanilla extract. So things are going great for them. But then in 1928, John is diagnosed with cancer. I know, bummer. He decides it's best to pass the reins of the company onto his son, Edgar. And Edgar, yeah, he had some big plans, okay? And he had things besides soda on his mind. In the first half of the 20th century, America relied on other countries to supply their chemicals. I mean, they needed these chemicals to build supplies, which were going to be used in the war, but also chemicals for common things like packaging, appliances, toys, cars, you name it, there's a chemical in it. So it costs a lot to ship chemicals to the States, especially if America was feuding with the country and they decided to tax the shit out of us to send a message. Yeah, so if there was like a big conflict going on, like World War, it would be a big opportunity for a company like Monsanto. They decide to become the provider when it comes to chemicals. Within a few short years, Monsanto was making everything from plastic to dishwasher detergent to medical supplies. They were expanding.
Okay, yeah. I got it after a few times, but I did sound ridiculous for those first few times. I did. Even more than before. Yeah. Yep. God.
adapting. And then they created a product that became key to America winning World War II. Styrene monomer. Ooh, it's a good name, styrene monomer. Come, darling, monomer. I guess it's a chemical. Yeah, so this chemical liquid is used to make rubber, latex, and fiberglass. I don't know how they, like, I did not pay attention to chemistry or biology. I don't know how, like what? I know. So like these obviously are very important during a war. So they made things like the glass for the airplanes and things to really help with the war going on. And at this point, Monsanto sort of becomes the face of American innovation. I mean, if there was some kind of cutting edge technology, Monsanto created it. I mean, they were trying to be the answer to everyone's problems. For example, in the 1950s, there was like a big baby boom. The population doubled in size in less than like 50 years. I guess just the people were bored. Let them have it. There was a huge housing crisis and like just not enough supplies or space to build the homes that were needed. And even if like enough materials or space was available, it was very difficult for the average person to afford it. Oh my God, it sounds like right now. Same Z. And of course, here comes Monsanto.
Nothing changes.
With a solution. Everyone listen up, plastic. And hey, plastic was a game changer. Monsanto even had the idea to build houses out of plastic. In 1957, they created something called the House of the Future. And it was a home that was made almost entirely out of Monsanto plastic, which could be built quickly and more affordably. And like Walt Disney, cameo. He loved this idea so much that he put the House of the Future prototype in Disneyland, and it was there for like 10 years. He's like jacking off to it every night or something. I don't know. He was stoked. This was so the average American could.
Thanks, I hate it. Why would you make a whole house out of plastic? Sounds terrible. On, like, for every purpose that you want a house.
Think of Monsanto as like the future of America, and really just, oh wow, they're so cool. Look, they're at Disneyland. I don't know. So at this time, like Monsanto is crushing it and it has like a chokehold on America. People love them. No one's thinking bad things about them. And especially after World War II ended, I mean, the people came home and they were like, we love Monsanto. They built our planes. We got all that. They did everything for them. Monsanto was the shit. Meanwhile, Monsanto is raking in the cash and looking for like more ways to expand their empire, you know? So they were developing new products like fertilizers, herbicides, and pesticides, which is like great. More things that Monsanto is saving our ass with. But Monsanto had some big plans for their innocent little plant fertilizers. Global domination. This is when something called Agent Orange enters the chat. And you guys have been asking me for a video about Agent Orange forever. Here it is, right here. It's in this section. So whenever I hear the name Agent Orange, I honestly just think of the band. Monsanto developed Agent Orange.
I always think of the weed.
In the 1940s. And it was a cocktail of all like the super powerful weed killers that you could like possibly have. It was the weed killer. The goal was to create a super powerful herbicide that would kill any living plants you wanted. It turns out Agent Orange not only destroyed every plant it touched, it was also extremely toxic to humans as well. Agent Orange was created, okay? And Monsanto saw a, quote, adverse effect in the humans that were exposed to it. So this was like because the Agent Orange contained two very dangerous chemicals in them, dioxin and something called TCDD, which is just a short name for like a long ass chemical name that I'm not gonna embarrass myself with. So TCDD, but long ass chemical name.
Tetrachlorodibenzo P dioxin. Nailed it.
That I'm not gonna embarrass myself with. So TCDD. But look, all you need to know is deadly as shit. So direct human contact with the chemicals could cause immediate side effects to the nervous system. Like you could trouble speaking, slower movement, stiff muscles, tremors, all kinds of like scary nerve damage. But the worst part about Agent Orange was that it wasn't necessarily what it did to you in the moment. I mean, that was bad, but like the side effects, they would show up years later after you were exposed. So there was always like a surprise ending with Agent Orange. And Monsanto realized that the exposure to dioxin in particular was causing long long-term effects like bladder cancer, leukemia, Hodgkin's disease, lymphoma, prostate cancer, lung cancer, cancer, and even some tumors too. That's a lot, right? Okay, so you're probably thinking, oh, Bailey, I know, they probably shut it down. They're like, we're not gonna use that ever again. That's dangerous.
Surely.
Instead, Monsanto took Agent Orange and used it as a weapon. So between 1962 and 1971, for almost 10 years, the US military, with Monsanto's help, they sprayed over 20 million gallons of Agent Orange all over Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. Even after they knew what they knew about the Agent Orange, because they knew since 1949 that Agent Orange was not good. So they did it anyways. So why were they using this known deadly chemical cocktail? Well, unlike other wars that the US has fought in, the landscape was very tropical and it was like difficult to navigate if you weren't from there. So when the US soldiers got to Vietnam, like they quickly realized that they didn't really have the upper hand when it came to combat. The Vietnam soldiers were hiding under like all of the lush trees and the plants. So when the US people are flying over, like they can't see them because they're hiding in the plants. So the US soldiers didn't know like what to do. So the American government came up with a plan with a little help from Monsanto. The US soldiers would drop the chemical Agent Orange from a helicopter and destroy all of the greenery and trees that their enemy soldiers were using for cover. This way they could force the soldiers out into the open, and that's exactly what they did, and it worked. But the thing is, Agent Orange wasn't just destroying the plant life. Little did they know it was destroying the life.
100% biological warfare. And yeah, there are plenty of vets who suffered from effects of Agent Orange as well. I mean, US vets.
Of millions of people too. The Red Cross estimates that in that 10-year period, Agent Orange killed over 400,000 people, and over 3 million Vietnamese people had lasting medical disabilities from exposure to Agent Orange as well. And not all of these people were enemy soldiers in battle. I mean, plenty of them were US soldiers on the ground fighting, and not to mention the Vietnamese citizens, like the women and children who were just like minding their own business and became innocent victims in all of this. In the years after the war, at least 150,000 children in Vietnam were born with serious birth abnormalities as a direct result of Agent Orange. These were conditions like spina bifida, congenital heart defects, missing limbs, brain and spinal cord issues, hernias, Down syndrome, and I mean, a ton of other disorders. Okay, it was just like lethal. It wrecked people. To this day, 2 million people in Vietnam are still dealing with the medical conditions and cancer that came from Monsanto. Agent Orange literally changed the victims.
Yeah, I don't know, like, what is, like, the half-life of Agent Orange? Does it ever, like, go away, or is it just forever causing cancer, until it all degrades? Like, how long is that?
DNA. I mean, these health issues from the war.
A half-life of up to 20 years. When buried or leached below the soil, surface, or river sediment, it can remain up to 100 years or more. Fuck.
War decades ago have been passed down from generation to generation. Like, it's nuts. It will still be passed down for generations to come. I mean, today babies are still being born with all of those health issues we mentioned, and like, it's still a major problem. It's had a lasting effect for way too long. And
right, so yeah, it's 100 years in the environment, but it's much longer for like those genetic defects to go away. Fuck. 50 to 100, yeah. Jesus. So awful.
Internal reports showed that Monsanto, they knew about these medical concerns years before it was used in Vietnam. So in 1984, there were thousands of the United States Vietnam veterans. They ended up suing the makers of Agent Orange. And this was like only after decades of struggling with health issues. And Monsanto, of course, they denied that they had anything to do with their health problems. And they eventually decided to settle, claiming that they wanted to, quote, avoid.
Yesterday marked 50 years to the day of the Australian withdrawals from the forces of Vietnam. Wow. What a coincidence. That was crazy. Remarkable.
Years of legal litigation, but it ended up backfiring. Settling was seen as Monsanto admitting that they were guilty, like to the media. And in the settlement, Monsanto agreed to create a $180 million fund for the sick Vietnam vets. This was supposed to last long enough to cover their legal costs and the legal costs of any of their unborn children who had lasting effects from Agent Orange. And like there was one man named Al Marcotte who served in Vietnam, and he testified in the court against Monsanto, and he did this while wearing his special forces uniform and walking on crutches. Al is a respected Green Beret, so he's tough as shit, and he's probably seen some shit. Al actually suffered from dioxin exposure in Vietnam that left him with a severe nerve damage situation and like a very painful skin condition. And then after hearing—
Yeah, I have a friend whose grandfather was in Vietnam and suffered like I think it was like a jaw cancer, if I remember correctly, and yeah, just like had to lose his entire bottom jaw. It's devastating. The PTSD, yeah, for sure, for sure. Would have had this, yeah. Never know if it would have got Grandpa, yeah.
Hearing about the Monsanto settlement, he said, quote, "I don't think Monsanto should get off this easy." Yeah, we agree. Even though the company has gone by so many different names, the Monsanto we know hasn't, it's never been shut down. They haven't been forced to like change their formulas or anything, or like been held accountable, maybe. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, yeah, they had that thing, that money settlement, whatever, but it didn't really, they just did so much damage. They got a slap on the wrist and had to pay fines. But when you are one of the biggest chemical companies in the world, money is not an issue, really. And even though the US veterans had their medical fees covered, no Vietnamese—
Yeah, I called this like 20 minutes ago. Of course, they just had to pay some fines and they're fine.
citizens did. So all those people who were like killed or got cancer or were just left with whatever Agent Orange did to them, they never saw justice. They never got any help.
Not Zaj. He died doing imperialism and oppression, so... Oh, God. Shut up.
2005, a group of Vietnamese victims of Agent Orange brought a case to the US court. It was rejected because they weren't American citizens, and this seems to be a common theme for Monsanto, is just deny and walk away.
Yeah, fuck that guy. I thought you were saying, like, oh, it's okay because he died doing imperialism, so it's justified. Like, he died a Valorant death. Yeah, no, that's better.
Now, ever since it became clear to Monsanto that Agent Orange was too toxic to be used as a commercial weed killer, it seems like they were in the market to find something less lethal, but just as effective. So throughout the 50s and the 60s, they were looking for that secret sauce weed killer that would bring in the big bucks. I guess finally, they found it. Well, technically someone else did, but they found it. Back in 1950, there's a Swiss chemist. He discovered a chemical called glyphosate. And the thing was, like, no one could figure out a good pharmaceutical use for this thing. It was new, it was different, it was cool, but like, what do we do with it? And then glyphosate falls into the wrong hands, Monsanto. And after studying this chemical, they were like, wow, this is actually really good at killing stuff. And this was great news for Monsanto.
Shocker.
I mean, they had been on the hunt for years for a chemical that could be used as a commercial, top-of-the-line weed killer. I mean, hey, just think about all those farmers in America who would buy it. And
I have actually seen studies that are linking autoimmune diseases like celiac to the use of glyphosate. That would make sense. You know, using a weed killer on all your food, triggering an autoimmune disease. That makes sense.
if you're a farmer growing food in America, weeds, they get in the way of a good crop, which, cuts profit. So having a good weed killer is a must-have. The way glyphosate works is by being absorbed through a plant's leaves, and it essentially poisons the plant and chokes it until it dies. It's brute, bro. It's brute. Monsanto patented this chemical in 1974 and brought glyphosate to market under the trade name Roundup. You know Roundup. Paul loves Roundup.
Classic.
Paul? Yeah, he's trying to poison me. People across the country immediately started buying Roundup, and from that moment on,
You'll pay for flights for me to go out there with the grid reference for where medevac was called to get him, so I can dance on his grave of sorts. Keywords. Way too based.
The farming industry was never the same. Roundup was like this magical product that just killed weeds. Okay, boom, poof, gone. If farmers had more crops, then that meant more profit for them. So farmers were starting to see this Roundup product as like something, it's a must have, right? In order to make any kind of good money, they need this product. And then soon, word spread, and next thing you know, everyone was using it. I mean, it worked. It was great, right? Still to this day, it kills shit. By 1987, around 8 million pounds of glyphosate were used by farmers and ranches. So it spread so much that by the year 1987, it was believed that 8 million pounds of glyphosate were being used around the country by farmers and at different ranches. Now, Roundup wasn't the first herbicide created. I mean, not even close. But this formula was special for two reasons. Well, two big reasons. One, it was cheap to make. Two, it worked really well. Roundup is what scientists call a non-selective herbicide. That means it kills whatever plant it touches. I mean, so that includes corn, cotton, tomatoes, soybeans, everything that farmers and gardeners are trying to grow and protect, right? And this ended up becoming one big ass issue because people had to be very careful when they used Roundup, and they had to spray it very carefully, because they didn't want to ruin all of their crops. So customers, they were starting to get really frustrated, and it was kind of becoming more of an issue than it was a helpful tool. The scientists at Monsanto were working day and night, allegedly, trying to figure out how farmers could use Roundup without killing everything in sight. And then they had a $1 billion light bulb moment.
Imagine just killing everything indiscriminately. It's bad. Wow.
Instead of wasting all this time and money figuring out how to change Roundup, what if they changed the plants they were spraying instead? Monsanto decided to try and create a freakishly strong plant in a lab. And the goal was, they wanted to make plants that would be able to withstand the chemicals from Roundup. In 1996, Monsanto
And this is how Monsanto cornered the seed market.
Invented super seeds, and the way our food was grown was changed forever. These seeds were genetically modified, and they were designed to be immune to the chemicals in Roundup. So it's
and also to be more drought resistant, to produce higher yields, all kinds of things.
These aren't even real seeds. It's kind of like giving them an invisible force field.
And also conveniently, they're engineered so that you can't reproduce them from the plant. So you have to buy the seeds every season.
Roundup would kill the weed.
Incredible use of this kind of technology. It is. It is, but it's also terrible.
But it wouldn't kill.
And incredibly reckless.
The crops. Magic, right? Everyone's like, wow, it's magic. But really, it's just more chemicals on chemicals to make it not be a chemical on the chemicals. It's just a chemical shit show. In the end, they ended up solving a problem that they had created. And honestly, it's kind of genius. And now they get to make double the money because they're selling the seeds and they're selling the Roundup. And thanks to their new seeds, the amount of Roundup being used, I mean, it skyrocketed. It increased by almost 2,000%. By 2007, the Environmental Protection Agency, they had reported that farmers were using around 185 million pounds of glyphosate every year. But the thing about these seeds is that Monsanto created billions of them every year. And just like any other seeds, they could just spread wherever the wind took them, literally. These seeds were Monsanto's secret weapon. So, of course, they're gonna look out for themselves first, and they were gonna do whatever they had to do to keep them secret. I mean, it cost millions of dollars to create them. We all think of a seed as like a thing, a noun, something you buy. And once you do, you own it, right? You own this seed and you could just spread it somewhere, water it, or whatever. Just do whatever you want.
Spread that seed. Hey, yo.
You can eat it, raw dog it, I don't know. Well, that is not the case when you buy Monsanto's genetically modified seeds, because it comes with some rules. These are some special seeds that are just not found in like nature. Monsanto owns the rights to all of these seeds. Let's say you used a Monsanto seed to
Look, it was right there.
Make soybeans. You can't just like take a seed from the soybean that grew and like drop it into the ground the next season, like farmers have.
Reaction was miserable. Visible. Okay, look, listen. It's degen hours, okay?
Been doing since farming was invented. Even though it's on your land, you don't own it. And using that seed would be considered stealing from Monsanto because they believe they should get a cut. It's very weird. I mean, my first thought was, so how does Monsanto know if farmers are even doing this? Like, just replanting their seeds? Well, they have their own.
She keeps doing this. I can't. I'm a child. I'm sorry.
Version of a shady police force. In a report from 2000, Leora Broido, a journalist at Mother Jones, she revealed that Monsanto admitted to using some super aggressive tactics to keep farmers from reusing their seeds. And Monsanto, they had hired private investigators.
I called this. I've done my research on Monsanto.
Who they called auditors. I know, it's giving Scientology. And these auditors, they would drive out to different farms, out to the farmland, and they would secretly take samples from farmers' crops and like test them. I guess they were looking to see if people were buying Monsanto seeds like on the black market, or if they were, quote, brown bagging it. This was a phrase Monsanto used for farmers who would save seeds from one growing season and use them in the next. Now, if these auditors thought they found any evidence of stealing, they'd bring the results back to Monsanto. And
it's so fucking dumb. Like, keeping farmers from, like, harvesting their own seeds. Like, the very heart of farming. Capitalism really is a fucking disease.
And listen to this. Yeah, Monsanto would then get their names. They would broadcast their names in radio ads on local stations, like literally outing people like, oh, Barry Jones on Hickamy Street is selling the same soybeans as you, but he isn't paying for them. Go shame him. They were like seed shaming.
Seed shaming. I'm sorry, the innuendo is right there. How can I not? Seed shaming. Look, fellas, it's okay if you have a premature ejaculation. No need to seed shame. I'm sorry. I must be stopped.
Very odd, right? So Monsanto's petty. The company even set up like a phone number where farmers were urged to call in and snitch on their neighbors. They were turning people against one another. Meanwhile, they're just like, we're over here with money. You guys fight over there. And like, honestly, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's court records that show that these auditors would secretly videotape and snap pictures of farmers and like sneak into community meetings. Their goal was just to spy on people and see what they were doing. They would go into local towns and have groups of informants working for them so they could like keep controlling the farmers by controlling their seeds and make sure like no one was getting out of line. Yeah, they're psychotic. They're like a stalker ex-girlfriend. Like, this is insane to me because that same year in 2000, Monsanto, they made $5.4 billion in profit.
It's really crazy how they can just stock farms and look at their seeds. Like, it's creepy. Like, why?
Like, bro, I think you're good, you guys. I think you're good.
An
Like,
actual
there's no
reason to pitch farmers and be like, oh, yo, buy the brand name stuff. Yeah. Yep. It's just like manufactured obsolescence.
To be this upset. It's around this time that Monsanto began tightening its chokeholds on the American farmer. It's essentially got to the point where like farmers had to go buy Monsanto products or just go bankrupt. Those were all the only options. And like over the years, Monsanto has sued over 800 farmers. Yeah, so imagine being a farmer and trying to like go up against this billion.
That's so fucked. So fucked, dude. Yeah, no one can fight Monsanto's lawyers. Like, that's not happening. There's a non-evil, less evil way for this to have gone, and Monsanto to literally still make billions. I don't think there's an ethical way to make billions of dollars. I don't. I do not think that's possible. But that's like a hardcore Marxist hill that, you know, I am willing to die on, but it's probably too much to get into right now. The pollination, the way the male-female parts of the genome transmit in that process. Well, no, I agree, yeah.
$1 billion company. So while all of this is happening, there was something people just weren't accounting for. So people used Roundup for decades, mainly because they thought it was less toxic than other herbicides, right? I mean, that's what they were told, or so we thought. In 2015, the World Health Organization and their Agency for Research on Cancer said that glyphosate, the main Roundup ingredient, can cause cancer and is linked to Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Over tens of millions of thousands of this stuff has been used on crops by farmers who had no idea what they were dealing with. So it's like, oh no, what kind of shit sandwich are we getting into, right? Like, how the hell is Monsanto getting away with all these horrible things? They're making everybody sick. But maybe that's their plan, you know? Well, way back in the 1970s, when the people were just starting to be concerned about Agent Orange, Monsanto sponsored.
I don't know if it's their plan so much as criminal negligence. To say there's a plan implies some sort of malicious conspiracy, where the conspiracy is only capitalism and profit-seeking. You know? Glyphosate on its own is an issue, yeah. For sure. Made some bank, not just been one of the poster children of corporate evil. Yeah. For sure. Regular selfish. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely took it to, like, the most extreme possible.
Or like paid for studies to be done that would show that the long-term health effects of their ingredients, dioxin, you know, the Agent Orange stuff, and like it was not going to affect the health of the workers. And these studies, they were published in medical and scientific journals in the 80s. And this is like when Monsanto was already neck deep in lawsuits. And they all magically said the same thing, like, don't worry, you guys, like, this is scientifically proven to not be bad for humans. For some reason, even though Monsanto paid for the study, it was still good enough evidence to get Monsanto out of hot water. Cut to a few years later. when a woman named Kate Jenkins, a PhD chemist at the EPA, decides to double-check these scientific studies that Monsanto paid for. And sure enough, she does her research and becomes convinced that Monsanto
Surely they didn't pay off some chemists to do studies with a certain outcome. Surely not.
deliberately manipulated the studies to say that dioxin wasn't harmful. On February 23, 1990, Dr. Jenkins sent a memo to the board of the EPA called Newly Revealed Fraud by Monsanto. But listen, as soon as she put in the official request for the EPA to audit Monsanto studies, Dr. Jenkins was pulled from her job. Yeah, she was like taking off all of her assignments. Dr. Jenkins was moved to a job at the EPA that was essentially like admin. She was being silenced. She was being punished.
What the fuck? Literally canceled. Silenced. It's the deep state. Oh my god, it's real. Except it's not the deep state. This is all publicly available information that is right there out in the open. So, it's not so deep, is it?
Somebody was mad. So she ends up filing a complaint to the Department of Labor because, hello, hi, she's just trying to do her job and prove that like maybe this huge corporation was hurting a lot of innocent people, you know? That's all I'm trying to do, you guys. The Labor Department was like, yeah, we totally hear you, Dr. Jenkins. This is really bad. But, you know, the EPA still refused to investigate Monsanto. They just told her what she wanted to hear and never did anything about it. And then after a while, they just closed the investigation. Dr. Jenkins spent years having to deal with the consequences of calling Monsanto out. But thankfully, it wasn't all for nothing. I mean, thanks to Dr. Jenkins, thousands of veterans ended up getting medical care who wouldn't have gotten it otherwise. Her persistence in getting Monsanto investigated, quote, broke a roadblock that was stopping veterans from being heard. She was even awarded with a plaque for exemplary service to Vietnam veterans for it. I love her story because it shows us that David really can stand up to Goliath, huh? Even though she didn't win the battle, she won the war and got tons of people the help they needed. In 2018, Monsanto was acquired for $63 billion. That's a lot of money. But someone paid that much, and it was a German company called Bayer. Yeah, I didn't know they had that much money just on hand.
I'm sorry.
$1 billion. In 2018, Monsanto was acquired for $63 billion.
$63 billion. I mean, I did know that Bayer had that much money. I just didn't know this acquisition happened. That is troubling. Bayer does a lot of medication. So I don't know. I feel like that's a conflict of interest. Yeah, I think it is.
That's a lot of money, but someone paid that much, and it was a German company called Bayer. Yeah, I didn't know they had that much money just on hand. Good for them, I guess. Now, Bayer became famous for introducing the world to things like aspirin. And
what if we just we gave you cancer and then we can cure it? It's fine.
Heroin. Yeah, they actually invented heroin as a substitute for morphine, but that's just called a good time. I'm just kidding. But I say we put a pin in it and do an episode on Bayer. I just don't want them to kill me, because like they might. Not long after the Bayer-Monsanto deal was completed, Bayer agreed to pay $10 billion to end 95,000 lawsuits about exposure to Roundup. Now call me crazy, but when 95,000 people are suing you, maybe you're the problem. That's a lot of people to be suing you. Maybe you're doing something wrong, you know? And then the crazy thing is, even though they settled with like all those people, Bayer still gets to sell Roundup without adding a warning label, okay?
There was room for a top 3 hits.
They said they'd stop selling it to, quote, residential customers, aka everyday people. And they said this in 2023. I don't know why I said it like that. 2023. 2023. They said that. It's like, oh, wow. A million years too late, but they're still gonna sell it. Okay, they sell it to big commercial farmers that make our food. And to be fair, like Monsanto's scientific contributions to agriculture and farming has been impressive, right? But that's where they're getting their money from. So it's like, of course they want to fund and help them. But at the same time, all of that progress has come at the expense of hundreds of thousands of people. Hey, maybe if Bayer took all the Monsanto tech and decided to use it for good instead of evil, I don't know, like maybe they could do the thing they wanted to do from the very beginning. Build a better future for everyone. Yeah. Remember the Walt Disney? What was that about? Can we go back to that? Okay, so where's Monsanto now? Well, the interesting thing is if you try to visit their website, yeah, just like Monsanto.com, there's nothing there. It's just blank. Like there used to be a website and now it's just abandoned. It's just blank. They know what they did. They are running because when Bayer acquired Monsanto, it gave them a nice little safety umbrella, you know? And like now Monsanto kind of just blends into the background. It's like a ghost. It's like a ghost. And you can't sue a ghost if you can't really figure out where the ghost is at, right? I mean, you can, but it's so much harder. And honestly, it kind of reminds me of the way Johnson & Johnson created all those shell companies to dodge lawsuits for like their biggest product, which is still being sold today, baby powder, right? And this is just like baby powder. I mean, Roundup is still on the market, which is kind of a crazy thought, but here's something even crazier. Monsanto's patent on glyphosate expired in the year 2000. This meant that other companies were allowed to start using it, and not just in herbicides, I mean, in food too. So by 2015, more than 750 products made with glyphosate were being sold in the US, according to the National Pesticide Information Center. Here's a couple. Are they scrolling?
Oh my god. Wait, what the fuck?
Pesticide Information Center. Here's a couple. And 750 products made with glyphosate are being sold in the US, according to the National Pesticide Information Center. Here's a couple. Are they scrolling?
Honey Nut Cheerios Monthly Crunch, Nature Valley Crunch Granola Bars, Nature Valley Granola Cups, Chocolate Peanut Butter Cheerios, Nature Valley Baked Oat. So, Nature Valley everything. A lot of the Cheerios, it looks like.
There's a few. It's everywhere.
All kinds of shit.
Are they scrolling? Did they insert them? There's
Mueller's Penne Dried Pasta. Random.
There's a few.
Signature Spaghetti, Rotini,
It's everywhere,
Kellogg's.
bitch. The Environmental Working Group reported in 2019 that widespread glyphosate contamination affected oat products, pasta, cereal, crackers, chickpea flour, pizza, lentils. I mean,
it's in all the things.
The list goes on and nothing is safe. Get out now. But it's still allowed to be sold because, like I said, Monsanto has paid for tons of studies to be done proving that it doesn't cause cancer, you guys. You're being so dramatic. The problem is, like we just learned, it's everywhere.
Someone please save me. Now. Please get me out of here.
Where now? And as recently as 2018, Monsanto lost a lawsuit to a man and awarded him over $80 million because he was able to prove that Roundup had caused his cancer. Good for him, but like, damn, you know? Miami, Portland, Maine, Austin, and Los Angeles County have all banned or restricted glyphosate in like some way. And Germany even banned it like across the board, the whole country. It makes you wonder what other corporations have going on behind closed doors. I mean, things we don't even know about yet. These companies are great at removing their fingerprints from the crimes they've committed. So we gotta call them out when we can. Let's go. At the end of the day, no one has a crystal ball, right? Yeah, no, I don't know anyone. Well, there's a lady on my street who does, but I don't know what she's doing. Anyways, but no one could have seen Roundup doing what it did, except for Monsanto, right? Yeah, but the rest of us are fucked. At the end of the day, just remember, if it kills weeds, it's probably gonna kill us. Now, after all this research, I wondered if there were any other companies who had control over our food supply. And sure as shit, I mean, there is. And this is something most of us consume every day, whether we like know it or not. It's sold everywhere, from McDonald's to your fancy Whole Foods, and they're delicious. And if they went away tomorrow, it would bring down the American food supply crumble. We're talking about the country's biggest supplier of chicken. So tune in next week for our episode on Tyson Foods. Don't forget to join me over on my YouTube where you can watch these episodes on.
That's gonna be a good one. Oh, this fucking season is also stacked. It's all so fucking good. Oh God, I love Bailey.
Thursday after the podcast airs, and while you're there, you can also catch my murder, mystery, and makeup. Honestly, Monsanto could be on that end of things because they did murder a lot of people. Dark History is an Audio Boom original. This podcast is executive produced by...
That's true. They're murderers, and we should try them in court. Okay.
Hello.
We have this Jarvis about YouTube pranks and how they've gone horribly wrong. This should be easy and fun.
And welcome back to Jarvis Johnson Gold, the premium channel that is free. It is free, but if you're watching this, you're premium. A couple of weeks ago on this channel, I discussed a bit of a TikTok prankster named Kyle Johnson, no relation. And he did pranks like annoying people at their jobs.
Kid, are you being serious? Help! I'm stuck!
And that's it.
Pep says, I'm stuck.
That's pretty much the extent of his pranks. And I saw this photo. We rock this world.
Where they all forget to be funny, yep.
And I was like, why is he on tour? I was so confused. Also, terrifying visual here. And then someone communicated to me that his cousin is a more famous prankster. So naturally, I have to check him out.
What?
Kyle's cousin is named Balin Levine or Levine. And I don't know the extent of what he's done. I do have a few videos that I want to go through. So that's what we'll be doing today. So a lot of these videos are pranks and bothering people at their jobs.
5 guys? I don't want 5 guys. That's sus ass. So sus. Get it, 5 guys.
And the rest of the video is fluff. It's just vlog content.
Pretend I'm Anakin going to kill the sand people.
That is just here to waste everybody's time. I guess it's like endearing if you want to like, I guess if
I feel the headache coming on already.
you're like a fan of these characters, it's like a little reality show, you know, like Jackass, where you're seeing the lives of these people in between their crazy pranks. You know what? I think that for a certain subset of society, these people are living the life. I think that people see this and they go, I
am not familiar with this genre of video. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is happening? What is that name? Yeah.
I wish that was me. There's a reason it's got so many views. This guy just doesn't care. He just does whatever, dude. He's not even afraid of the male Karens. 8 minutes into the 12-minute video, they finally go into the Walmart. They're not even following the like Mr. Beast rule of like say what you're gonna do and do it right at the beginning of the video, or at least give me some sense that that's gonna happen.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, this thing is like begging for one of us to jump. Yeah, would you even fall down?
This thing is begging for us to climb it. It's like they're wired for this. I don't know. Like, it's like a child when they like want to do something and you tell them no, but like you've never told them no. And they just are just like, I'm the
just permanently a toddler. Yeah.
king. I'm the king of the world. I'm the main character.
Attention all Walmart employees. There is a kid in a naughty boy hoodie who is pranking Walmart. He's trying to jump in the thing. He's connecting the speakers.
Dude, the guy filming him is they're having the time of their lives.
Walmart employees do not get paid enough for this. They do not get enough money to deal with this shit.
Look at this guy. This is the funniest thing he's ever seen. I just can't relate. It's incredible, dude.
That's your guy.
Please leave them alone. Y'all can do whatever, yeah. Like, he's not making enough. Good.
Yeah, literally. He's like, this is above my pay grade. Like, don't even, like, they do not pay any of these workers enough to deal with these kids. We as a society rely on the expectation that people will behave, that people will not go out of their way to cause a disturbance. And
be normal, but if you're not going to be normal, I don't really have the energy to deal with that shit, so.
Some people take advantage of that. You either have to ignore them or someone has to step up and be like Walmart cop. But like no one is paid enough for that. But like this is like, if he gets hurt, then like they can sue Walmart. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're not making it through.
Like this is stressing me out right here. Like something could easily go wrong here. Oh yeah, like look at that bending.
Hello.
Yo, it was just plastic. I didn't even look at it. Oh my god. Yeah, that could have been so bad. Bro. Stop it. Stop it.
Oh yeah, like look at that bending.
Hello. How you doing, dude?
I love your shit, bro. You all were in the electronics, huh?
Yeah. Oh, give me a hug, man.
Good to meet you.
What? What the fuck? What's happening? Is this a real a cop? I'm so lost. Is this his father?
Stuff actually cracks me up, and then when I watch the people get mad at y'all, I'm like, come on, man. Y'all just having fun. That's all.
Oh my.
He is white. I mean, yeah. I mean, true. Yeah.
This has to be fake. This can't be a real cop. I mean, he's got the little, what is it called? The guard on his bumper.
I want to believe it's not real.
Yeah, what's happening here? What's going on here? I don't know enough about cops. I don't think this guy's a cop. He could be. He might just be security or whatever, Walmart security. Never in my life have I seen a police officer and thought to myself, give me a hug. Okay, this is just not for me. This is just, like, my radio's turned to a different frequency than this, you know? This is just...
Yeah, my algorithm is so far on the other side of the world from whatever the fuck that was.
Sorry.
Wait, how should we do this? Like, should I call him and be like, yo, the cop wants to talk to you?
You can do that, or I could just sneak up on him.
There's another guy here in the same outfit. Like, this guy is in the same pants. Yo, what is happening right now? In a million years, I never would have expected the cops to come in and be like, let's join the prank. That can't be right. I don't know how to identify.
It feels very staged.
If I fake cops.
Maybe, like, these boys are also cops? Like, I don't know. I don't know.
I also watch him a lot, too.
Oh, hell yeah. Bro, coolest cop ever.
Thank you, man. Yep. Love your shit.
Dude, this is me right here. This is me. I'm like, nah.
See, we need more people like this in the world.
I can't say anything.
Please make it stop.
I can't. You know, I'm just going to get myself in trouble.
He's not out there every day fighting for your whites. Oh my God.
Trouble. So, yeah, for sure.
Not harming anyone. We were just having fun.
I watch y'all's videos and I watch people that freak out and I'm like, for what?
It's crazy.
The dumbest thing. Y'all say like,
bro, this dude is like an NPC. He's got 3 dialogue options. Why does he just keep saying the same thing over and over?
It's the funniest shit ever. I'm 22 years old and I'm a millionaire. I'm asking my friend.
I'm 22 years old. I'm a millionaire. Not to flex or anything. I make money by annoying people in public. It's just not for me. It's a specific. There's an audience that this is for, and it looks like this. It's just a bunch of kids, dude. It must be nice to just live with no consequence. You're rich, you're famous, you just get to buy
no awareness, no cares.
Other people. And then when you get the mildest amount of pushback, then you can raise a fuss. That must be nice. Must be nice. As an older guy who loves when Balin pranks people my age, especially the Karens, I have the utmost respect for that cop. His opinions on these pranks are so awesome. All cops should have that attitude. He really gets it, the way people overreact over nothing. That scene really made my day. It's so interesting how these people are like celebrated for their positivity. But that positivity doesn't exist without bothering other people. I just don't understand. But like clearly I'm missing something.
Good grandma right here. Look at this. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't know what they mean by positivity. It's just annoying.
You think I could get some hot chocolate when we get back?
Of course.
I mean, it looks like they've got like a very supportive family around them.
I also have some chicken nuggets.
That's nice. That's good. And I'm not trying to say that these people are bad people. I just think that the concept of this type of prank content is like not cool to me. What's my issue? Maybe I'm just yucking their yum. Maybe I'm just being a male Karen, you know?
Get the fuck out of my spot. Get the fuck out of my spot.
Yeah, bitch! Yeah! 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 You little fuckhead! That's what I fucking thought! My spot!
Okay, so he pushes his cousin in the water.
Where's your car? Who are you with?
Listen to me.
Apologize
Listen
now.
to me.
No, fuck you, man.
No.
There's no listening to you, man. Shut the fuck up.
Let's talk first.
No, fuck you, man.
No, let's not talk. You had a chance to talk, asshole.
My spot. I'm more of a wee fishing guy. Y'all ever fish on...
Oh, it's just a full cutaway? Then that's fake. This
I think this is all fake.
thing, if this was a real situation, this would be drawn out. You know what I mean? Like, this seems just like clickbait for the video.
You guys need to leave.
I'm not with him.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm seriously not with him. This dude with the cameras just following me around.
I'm not with him. This dude with the cameras, he just follows me around. I don't
He's just stalking me.
know what his deal is. We're definitely not posting this on YouTube. I mean, it's just a YouTube camera and a mic, and I'm mic'd. But I mean, come on, I'm not with them.
Guys are in the Walmart, disturbing everything.
No, we were just trying to blow up on TikTok.
This is not TikTok. This is real life.
That guy sounds like a drill sergeant for his he's said that line before. This is not TikTok. This is real life.
All right, so
It's true.
We get arrested again.
Fuck no. When have we ever backed down from a fight?
When have we ever backed down from a fight? Dude, they think they're so hard. You're prank YouTubers, man. Chill out. It's not that serious. Yet 2 seconds ago you backed down. When the cop said who's gonna come forward with their IDs.
Adult.
You were completely quiet. You backed down. In that
Mod check. Adult. I don't see any.
moment. That was the last time you backed down. Maybe you forgot. As they're walking
Come on, America. Yeah. We're not doing our best.
away from the cops, as they're leaving the premises of Walmart, as they were told to do by the authorities. When's the last time we backed down from a fight? They are currently backing down as they're saying, when's the last time we backed down? Right now? Currently? As we're leaving the Walmart parking lot?
Just because you kept pushing it.
I did?
Yeah.
What was I doing?
You were like, handshake, handshake.
Dude, I didn't do shit.
He's even getting notes.
What was I doing?
You were like, handshake.
This man is saying, you're playing with the cops. Please, relax. Chill out, dude. You're doing too much.
Handshake.
Dude, I didn't do shit.
Oh, look, another couple.
Oh, we're still got.
Dude, if this is my worst nightmare. If I'm an adult, I see like a bunch of kids like this with cameras crossing the street, I'm turning the other way.
What's up, man?
True.
How you doing? I'm chilling. We just got kicked out of Walmart. We came in here still calm compared to the last place.
It kind of gives like the real world is like a video game to them, you know? That's kind of why it annoys me, because for me, maybe it's just that like I don't want to bother other people, and I feel like I heavily feel that.
No, I'm just trying to get batteries.
Yeah, as a social anxiety enjoyer, it's the furthest thing that I would ever want to do in public. The literal opposite from what I'm trying to act like in public. I literally could never. I even on a bunch of Xanax, like I don't think I could do this.
I'm not filming.
Let's
I'm
go
not.
ahead and exit. You all are all together.
I'm not filming. You're filming.
I was literally walking. I can't get a handshake if I walk up.
Dude, him asking for a handshake is starting to piss me off. I don't know why he does it. It's like almost to appear that everything's cool.
I'm the only one listening to you. I'm being the good one and we can't shake hands.
I'm not.
I'm being the good one.
Do with your life. Like, bro, like, really, just grow up.
How is this fair?
Come on.
How is this fair? This is so annoying.
You still recording?
No, literally, like 2 seconds into this interaction, I'm just being like, "Oh no, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm gonna leave." Like, how?
I don't even think he's. Are you still?
I mean, he's just asking to not be recorded.
Or no.
No.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's not filming.
But he's like, if I don't record you, then we don't have footage. We can't include it in the video.
Yeah, he's good, man. He's good.
They still pointing.
Beavers, oh my god, chill. A random act of gun violence. But you do have a lot of guns. Pacify him. Stop.
Camera, I'm not stupid.
I think he's doing it at me. If you would just walk away, it'd all be good.
Are you still pointing at me?
He's literally pointing at me.
No. Oh my god, that would piss me off. Like, he's clearly pointing the camera at him, and then he turns it right when he says that. Bro, you are lying on camera, dude. It's so fucking annoying.
He's literally pointing at me.
Yeah, he's not stupid. Like, nobody's stupid. They're
You can tell. You can tell when a camera is on you.
just like going along with it because they don't want to cause a big scene. And that's like the only way this stuff works, is that everybody wants to have as little conflict as possible. But then these people make it impossible to do that.
All right, see you, man. People are so strange. Like, dude, if you don't want to be on camera, fucking leave.
Dude, that pisses me off. When he's like, dude, people are so weird. Why are they like this? Why am I always being attacked? Why am I always being wronged? These people. Me? I'm not doing anything. It would drive me insane.
So I love people like you that aren't constantly bitching about the camera. You're like, whatever. Fuck it, it's life.
Life. It's life. You have to be a part of my vlog. That's life. Life means you need to be on Balin's YouTube channel.
Fuck this life, honestly. If that's life, I don't want to be a part of it anymore.
Those are the consequences of living.
Dude, honestly, if I ever confront like a vlogger in real life, like, what do you even do? You just run away? Like, there's no like viable option that doesn't get you on camera. Lessons on consent are getting through, yeah, clearly.
I don't understand that if you're filming someone against their wishes, it is only okay if they're clearly in the wrong. But then you release the video and it's like, you are clearly in the wrong here, you know?
Why are you so mad? Why are you so angry? No one even talked to you.
To put my shit on right here. Did you ask me?
Well, now it will be online.
See, I don't like that energy. Like, I understand, oh, okay, so she got upset, blah, 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 and people are, like, gonna make fun of her being upset on camera. It's just too... He feels too powerful. I love how he just treats everyone like a fucking NPC. Yeah, that's a problem, dude. They're people.
Like, he treats them like a prop. Not even like an NPC, like a literal prop.
Like, it doesn't matter the legality. You still look like an asshole. The never grow up tour. Maybe grow up a little bit, is my thought. Just a tad. I've been in this universe so long, I feel like I'm wrong. I feel like a male
Yeah, I mean, with this kind of behavior, you know that trust fund is not lasting long.
Aaron, I feel like I'm out of touch. Kids just want to have fun. Everybody's making a big deal. That's what I feel like right now.
Bro.
It's so funny because, like, of course you're going to have an audience that doesn't respect your boundaries because you have created a brand out of not respecting people's boundaries.
Yeah, he grabbed me. You don't touch police officers. You understand me? No. They don't grab police officers either. You understand I didn't do anything. Do not grab me. Don't tell me about...
Dude, that's wild. The entitlement is so crazy, dude. Yeah, that's crazy.
It's like the libertarian auditors, the police auditors. Like, just the audacity, the caucasity.
It's so interesting. Like, I mean, kudos, I guess. Like, there's not going to be any consequences, so he just gets to be invincible. So it's like, if he believes it and there's not any consequences, then it's true. I mean, like, there's no reason that he wouldn't believe that he was invincible.
You're in my spot.
You're too close to me. I'm going to record you through this. I'm afraid of you assaulting me.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. I'm kind of afraid of you right now.
That guy's got a point. Like, he really works under the assumption that everyone's going to see him.
What? You approached him. Why would he assault you? What?
As a happy-go-lucky guy and not a threat. And it's like, if you're all up in someone's business, I would be freaked out. Like, what the hell? Like, I don't know you. I think the reason that there are not that many people who are successful doing this is because the amount of shame you have to lack to pursue prank comedy on YouTube is so high that only a small percentage of the population has that.
Pure sociopathy, I think, is the bar here. Like, I don't like to diagnose people. I don't, but the sheer lack of empathy is striking.
Capacity has that ability. Like a few babies are born maybe every 10 years. It's like the Avatar, dude. Like every 100 years, there's somebody who has no shame enough to become a big YouTube prankster.
Yeah, he was not playing with me. You walked up, you're like, you're fucking stealing. I'm like, no.
There's so much like shooting the shit with cops in these videos. It's wild. Okay. Like
Themes learned. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I said, maybe I'm out of touch. Maybe this just isn't for me.
It's like just that life of privilege and being rewarded for outrageous behavior, outbursts, whatever, YouTube clicks and comments and likes, updates.
But I have an opinion. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Okay, that was a good Jarvis. Okay, we have more fun content coming up very soon. I do have to take a brief break to go to the bathroom, but I will be back in a moment.
There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read or the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. You're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a sure thing. Oh, is it a sure thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then. You're getting all that you should know by now. Never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way, kind of feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like you felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours, change in the past few years, a couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. She said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, because you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me. Something that you're asking was never in question.
Oh, that's such a good song.
That you're asking was never in question.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. These people walking through a desert in China experience some extreme natural static electricity.
Yo, that is extreme. Holy shit. I would be so scared of getting shocked by lightning. What the fuck? What are you doing?
这啥现象？库木塔格沙漠啊，8月15日。看这个现象。
Dude, you could hear the static.
是。看这个现象。
Do not attempt. Ain't no way.
Working out can be a little annoying if you're disabled.
Oh. No.
Come on, guys.
I love them. Look at them. Sweet babies.
Working out can be a little annoying if you're disabled.
Look at them. The chickens. They're so cute. Look at them.
Come on, guys.
They're so excited. I'm so silly.
A few days ago, there was a riot in New York City, but this guy was too busy reading a book to care.
He's just chilling. It's just another day in New York. Seems normal to him.
Oh my god. That is so perfect. So crazy.
You want to get a picture of you and Nancy with it?
Nancy!
Pose with it. Give it a kiss.
Nancy!
One of my subscribers caught a
That's so mean.
delivery driver hissing at their dog.
Ah! What? Yo, what? Okay, this is valid. I would also hiss at a dog, but the rat, dude. It just went in the crack. How did it do that?
A 2-year-old has figured out an ethical solution to this classic moral dilemma.
Uh-oh, Nicholas. This train is gonna crash into these 5 people. Should we move the train to go this way, or should we let it go that way? Which way should the train go?
This way.
Oh, you've got a tiny psychopath.
I found someone that
It pressed the tip of itself up against the hole it was trying to squeeze into, and then gently pushed in. Wow, what an intimate description. Thank you.
can move and walk at 12 frames per second.
Craziest thing about being creative is this isn't the text, I printed it out.
This dog hates police cars.
Is this isn't the text. Craziest thing about being creative is this isn't the
My mind just broke. This broke my mind.
Text, I printed it out.
This dog hates police cars and will bark whenever they see one.
Good dog. That's a good dog.
Oh my god.
It's not nice to look at someone like that.
I got scared. I didn't know.
This dog hates hearing this vacuum.
Excuse me.
What a
A few days ago, an astronomer captured video footage of a meteor leaving behind a smoke trail.
Whoa.
For some reason, a fox delivered a newspaper to this person's house.
Why? Why would it do that? Is this a pet fox? I'm so confused. They are a weird animal.
His house.
It's so cute though. A little fox delivery man. Adorable.
Hey, are you drunk driving? Put your hands up. Freeze.
In case you didn't know, there's a floating bone in your body that isn't connected to anything at all.
What?
This is called the hyoid
The what?
bone, and it's the only floating bone in the body. And what I mean by that is it's not actually attached to any other bones. But it's kind of crazy to think that
The fuck? Wait, why? Wait, what?
this bone is just kind of hanging out.
That is the end of this video. Hopefully this video put a smile on your face, and I will see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Wait, why is it there? Is this like a vestigial bone or something? I've never even seen that before. Hyoid bone? Why? Tell me why. I'm trusting ChatGPT right now. Support for the tongue and muscles for the floor of the oral cavity. It also allows for a wider range of tongue, pharyngeal, and laryngeal movement. So it just like helps all the moving stuff. Sure. Sure. It's located above the Adam's apple in the neck. It consists of a body, a pair of large horns. Horns! Called the greater cornus, and a pair of smaller horns called the lesser cornea. The hyoid bone moves during swallowing, and as a result of the suprahyoid muscle contraction. Hyoid movement is required for adequate opening of the upper esophageal sphincter. Wait, you need the bone for the sphincter to work? Isn't the esophageal... Oh, there's one up here and there's one down here. Right. Okay. Yeah, so you need this for your esophagus to swallow stuff. Interesting. The more you know. Did you just giggle at the word swallowing? Stop. No.
In late
Look.
June of 20...
Look, listen. Wait, it just skipped the video. Was it over?
Hello, everyone.
Did we watch it all? Oh, I guess we did.
Bones. But it's kind of crazy to
That
You
is
know
the end of
better
this
than me.
video. Hopefully this video put a smile on your face, and I will see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
In late June of 2023, 6 influencers boarded a flight that would take them to the brand trip destination of their dreams. They posted content.
Wait. This is on the wrong playlist. Sorry, I have to fix this. That should not be here. Okay.
Anybody here plumping up these days? Yeah? What are you doing, buddy? What are you plumping up on?
I just weighed myself today, 315.
315. How tall are you? 6'3". 6'3". All right, we got a right guard in the house. Nice. Why? What are you eating? Anything? Do you have like a? Huh? What is it? Heath Bar Blizzard from DQ. See, this is a man that is spiraling.
Healthy.
Right? Because
so healthy.
It's such a specific order at a specific place. He didn't say ice cream. He didn't say whatever you got. He said Heath Bar DQ. They know him by name over there.
Yep.
That's awesome, dude. That's great. Do you live near a DQ?
No, but it's within like the DoorDash.
Within Door? Oh, you get ice cream delivered? Oh man.
That's when you know you're not doing well. I've been there. I've done that. You know, shout out to mental illness.
This guy is applying pressure to the Guatemalan man on an electric bicycle. Ice cream delivered. Respect, dude. You must be drinking half of that, right? There's no way. The Blizzard, it thicks. Yeah. That's awesome, dude. I love that. How many times this month have you gotten a DQ Blizzard delivered? Bad this month? Huh? It's hot. You're right. Yeah. This.
It is hot. That's true.
This guy rock. These are the fattest excuses I've ever heard in my life. It's hot.
Stop being mean, okay?
No, we come from the same cloth, brother. That's so awesome. It's hot. Come on, it's fucking hot. I need ice. I need to spend what I'm guessing with tax, tip, service fee is $17 for a DQ Blizzard. All right, nice. So is there something going on that's leading you down the ice cream everyday path, or are you dealing with any traumas, any disappointments? Being bad? Bad little, okay, interesting.
A bad little boy? What, do you want him to come up and spank you? Like, chill.
Did you just get a little hard when you said that? I'm a bad little boy. Mommy doesn't like when I have ice cream. But I don't care.
Oh my God, really though? We got the same exact vibe.
Yeah, nice, all right. So you just like, that's food has always been your thing, probably? Yeah, nice. As a youth? Does it go back to anything? What do you think?
I mean, just always having like food in the house.
Always have food in the house. Is your family fat? It's all right if they are.
No, I had to think about it. Think about BMI numbers and shit.
Sure. They're up there. Yeah. Whole family fat. All right, yeah. I'm with you, too. We have addiction in our family, and my mom thought, like, oh, as long as we don't get drunk, it doesn't matter. But I would routinely catch my mom just like, you know what I mean? Just like, she's like, at least addiction skipped me. And she's like pouring brownie mix in her mouth. That's my girl, though. She rocks. That's cool, dude. That's nice. I'm with you. Okay, don't listen to him, all right? Not that his sentiment was wrong, but I just can't have that happening, all right? I can't have random audience members triggering applause breaks, all right?
I mean, woo moms, that's valid. They're right, though.
It's a matter of fucking, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't matter, but fuck that guy. Just give it up for the mom. Who the fuck are you to ask people that? At least you picked a non-controversial thing. At least you were like, how about keeping whites pure, huh? How about keeping the bloodlines pure, huh? At least you just said give it up for the moms, but it's just a slippery slope. We start giving up for the moms, and then some guy in the back with a weird eagle tattoo, he's got some ideas about what we got to give it up for next, all right? So it's not about you, buddy.
The weird eagle tattoo.
It's just, it's a bad precedent.
He has 2 S's on his arm. I don't know what that's about.
To set. Anyway, how about a nice hand for our plump friend over here, huh? Yeah.
These are bees. Oh my goodness. This is Eli. Eli works with bees. Play with them.
We're gonna take care of them.
Take care of bees. We are here in Topanga Canyon at Eli's Bee Company. It's so freaking vibey here. Small crew, just 4 of us, myself included. And we're gonna be joining Eli for a ride along to figure out what is it like to be Eli the bee guy. Eli, you are a professional beekeeper.
Eli the bee guy.
I'm a small-time professional beekeeper, and we manage between 500 and 600 beehives.
For those keeping track at home, that's somewhere between 10 to 40 million bees.
That's
Holy shit, dude.
small.
Yeah, big time is 10,000 to 50,000 hives.
What? How?
Yeah.
We met up with Eli bright and early.
This is your place, obviously, and
Yeah.
then where we're going is also your land?
No.
No.
No. You can't have too many bees in one location.
They get territorial?
Well, they get competitive with each other. You want to spread them out. In Topanga, you can have a lot of locations because the geography is so varied, you know, like each little canyon.
And after suiting up and getting a quick safety lesson,
If the bees decide to sting you, they're going to try to sting you up through this front zipper.
it was time to meet the bees.
Okay, wow, so we are here now, and I can't even begin to count how many bees are here. Wow, look at all these bees.
They're so cool. I love bees. They're like chill. As long as they're not in my face, like they're so cute. They're just chilling, doing a little dance.
In a small hive, there's about 10,000 bees. In a fully mature hive, there's like probably 50,000 bees. There's a lot of bees that work for me right now. Well, actually, I kind of work for them.
So I'm safe right now, right?
You're okay.
Okay. It's pretty wild being here. You just have to kind of accept that there are going to be bees flying right into your face at all times. There's one bee.
Yeah, I don't know if I would be able to get used to that, honestly. Oh, what the scarlet bee is? What? Oh, scariest bee. No. No, I don't. No. Please, do enlighten me.
Really?
Yeah, you just gotta ignore that one bee.
I want to ignore him. Hey, buddy.
Her.
How you doing, Rachel?
So let's just do a quick intro on this hive. Okay, so we're just gonna do
Boobies? Stop. Stop.
a quick intro on this hive because it's a small hive, a little easy to work with. I'm gonna have you be the smoker for now.
Okay, tell me what to do.
I'm gonna introduce some tools real quick. This is the smoker, or bellows. You're gonna shoot the smoke across the entrance. And the smoke helps us work with the bees because it calms them down. You can see the bees react to it. You know, they smell it and then they go inside.
Just kind of keep it going?
No, you can stop. When I open the lid, you're gonna smoke a little bit on the top of the lid as well, on the top of the box.
Oh, wow, Phil, look at this. Oh my goodness. You see all them bees?
So I'm gonna take a frame out. This is called the hive body, and these are the honey supers. And this box is exclusively for making honey.
Yo, he doesn't have gloves on. Why?
So as I pull it out, you'll see all the bees on there.
Holy cow.
Each one of those cells glistens. That is fresh nectar. If you wanna try this, you have to take your glove off. Take one finger and just push gently into the comb until the nectar comes onto your finger and scoop a little bit. There you go, that's fresh nectar.
And now what?
Now you can just taste it through your screen. Yeah, just stick it like that.
Yum.
Okay, so this is a frame.
Oh, that looks different.
Yep, they're starting to cap it over with the wax.
So
Suicidal anaphylactic, yeah, I guess.
push in.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Holy cow. That is good. Hey, boo-boo. That is good. I'm gonna tell you, I really regret feeding myself
Hey, boo-boo.
honey right in the middle, because it's just now sticky on my
Yeah, it's just all over.
nose.
As a beekeeper, Eli's got a bunch of jobs throughout the day. Check on his hives, make sure the queens are okay, expand the hives, and of course, extract the honey, but that's not something he's gonna start till next week when I'm not here, so we can just cross that off the list. I promise the video is still gonna be really exciting. I mean, just look at all these bees we got. Wow, look at all these bees. Anyway, we're gonna do back to the video.
Wow.
Okay, let's look closely here, because those are the workers, and then here are the drones.
Wait, how do you tell the difference?
You have 3 principal types of bee. You have the queen, who is responsible for laying all the eggs.
Queen.
Then there are her daughters,
Slay.
who are the worker bees. And the drone bee, they appear only in the springtime, fly out of the hive and chase down virgin queens, mate with them mid-flight, and then die.
It's ideal.
Every time you lift a hive, you can kind of
At least they die happy.
read what's going on in there. Looks pretty busy.
Busy bees.
Yeah. The job is like extreme Where's Waldo. The queen, it looks like a worker bee, but she has a much larger abdomen because she has ovaries. We're just patiently looking frame by frame. Oh, there she is.
Where?
She's
there.
right here.
Oh, I
running
can
around.
see her like bulbous midsection.
Yeah.
While out here, you find that each hive has its own personality.
Bees, what do you think about Selena Gomez getting snubbed for an Emmy nomination?
I'm gonna open up the main part of the hive so that we can just see what the pollen and the brood
True.
looks like. And every egg she lays has the potential to either become a worker female.
That means I get 1,000 bee stings. Yeah. Rush to the ICU. Okay, fine. Should have kept the gloves on. Yeah. Yeah, honestly. I don't know. So brave. So brave. Like, I would not be near this many bees without gloves. Period. I don't know what kind of fucking Australian outback.
Or a queen. The workers then decide that's a worker, that's a worker, that's a worker, that's a worker. And if they don't like the queen, they can decide, let's make that one the queen.
The workers reel it into a specialized cell called a chrysalis, and they feed it a special bee milk called vitogelin, or, excuse me, royal jelly, and voila, new queen.
Is that the chrysalis?
That's the chrysalis of a new queen.
Right now, there's someone inside there?
Yeah. I actually think that these bees want to replace that queen.
The royal jelly. Just like SpongeBob.
Oh, and there's multiple.
Yeah.
So is this like a coup?
Tasty.
What are they gonna do with the old queen?
It's like a coup. They're gonna get rid of her.
And then there's multiple chrysalises here, so one becomes this new queen.
Yeah.
The others are gonna go off and start their own colony?
More likely they'll just fight to the death and one of them will survive. Actually, what I'm gonna do, because I don't actually want them to make their own queen,
Bonkers.
I'm gonna cut those cells out and then I'm gonna mark this queen and put a little dot on her back. Now we have that queen marked and we can make sure we know next time that it's the same queen.
Consistency means a happy hive, which means more honey. Eli's job is to help the bees avoid conflict, so he can help them live happy and long lives.
I'm gonna give him one of my queens, which are queens that I buy from a commercial breeder that are selected for, productivity and gentleness. We're working together, like I want them to make honey and survive for the winter. The easier it is for me to work with them, the easier it is for them to benefit from living with me in this apiary.
So you got some M&Ms in here.
Yeah, that's just in case. So this is called a nucleus hive.
It almost sounds like a rattle.
The bees are trying to push the smoke away with their wings.
Do it again here, I'm not gonna talk. Sounds like when you're cooking and you drop liquid on a hot tray.
Yeah, it's like sizzling.
Hot pan. Sorry, I don't know cooking. Why does the smoke calm them down? They don't think oh, we're under attack?
I think that's just a fly.
I know it is.
If your bugs are bothering you, you can put your bee suit on.
I'm trying to be brave.
So 2 things. Number 1 is there's a natural reaction to fire. And when you put smoke, it causes the bees to have this urge to engorge themselves on honey, a lot less prone to flying out and trying to sting. The other thing that happens is that the hive is dark, right? It's a closed box. All of the communication is done by pheromone. There's an alarm pheromone the bees release, which tells everybody in the hive, okay, be on alert, we have a predator. So when you put smoke in the hive, you mask all the communication in the hive.
So wait. There's a smell that's like the 911 smell.
It's smells a little bit like cherries, or people say it smells like bananas.
Those are very different.
I know, but there's like a weird smell. So here's 5 frames of bees, and we're gonna move them into this 10-frame box.
Okay.
You can place it yourself right down on top of that bottom. There you go. Get it right on the edge. Got your tool?
Yes.
You're gonna hold the curve end in between the frames, and you're just gonna turn it like a pry. And you're just gonna pick it up. So when you're working in a beehive, you're gonna be really careful not to squish any bees, okay? Give it a shot.
Okay, bees, I need you to move. I don't want to squish you.
Just go real slow and steady and just pinch.
I feel like I'm defusing a bomb. Okay, here we go. And
Maximum anxiety, dude. Oh my god. You have to be so careful. What if you drop it? It's over.
Wow. Wow.
This is a very beautiful hive.
Wow, that was exhilarating.
Okay, we're gonna do it again.
So once you're done transferring all the bees to their new home, there's still one thing left to do, and I don't know how to describe this part.
And there's so many bees still in here.
Wait, I'm confused. Why do you transfer the homes?
Yes, but we'll get them out. I know the queen's in there, right? We already saw her and we put her in. So I'm not that worried about these bees. I'm just gonna take them and I'm gonna smash them down, and then I'm gonna just dump them out.
Oh my god.
They're gonna just crawl right into that hive and accept that hive as their new home.
Wow. If only moving was so easy for me.
Okay, now time for me to smack the
That's so aggressive.
box.
Now just shake them right at the entrance of the hive.
Like shake it?
Yeah, you can just shake it. Really shake it. There you go.
That's crazy.
So now grab that one.
That was the practice. This is the real deal.
First you're gonna knock the box so all the bees fall to the bottom.
Okay.
Then you're gonna turn it over and dump them out.
So straight down.
Straight down.
1, 2, 3.
Now turn it over and dump them.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh wow! Get out of there, bees! Get on out! Wow, and look at them. Just like that, they've got
Go on, get!
a new home.
You can actually see the bees signaling to each other. They're actually releasing a pheromone and then blowing the pheromone with their wings. That's actually signaling to any of the bees that are part of this hive that this is our new home.
Bees!
There's a lot of unknowns in beekeeping, even to this day. I'm obsessed with puzzles, and bees are like this living puzzle. Can't tell you the beautiful feeling you have when you think maybe, maybe there's no queen, maybe this hive is gonna die, and then you find that queen, and she looks good, and the bees look good, and then you can sleep well at night. Of all the domesticated creatures, bees maintain like a true wildness about them. I like the fact that every day is a puzzle. Figuring out that puzzle one day is different from figuring out that puzzle the next day. And slowly you get better at solving, riddles and puzzles, but they always stay fun and fresh, and they get more complicated the more deeper you get. New things keep coming up.
Pretty good. Oh my god, I just realized when we're kneeling down, these are the bee's knees. You didn't like that?
Good one. Got him. Clever. Dad joke moment. Oh, QW. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Thank you for the subs, for the raid, the follow. Very cool, very base. I will be back tomorrow with more content for you. I was thinking of sending you to Echoplex Media. I think that's what we'll do. They're doing a little disco moment. Please go and enjoy. Drop a follow, spam some emotes. No, we all thank you all. Are you so sweet? Wait, how does it work? I think it's is it slash raid? Slash raid. Doing a raid. Okie dokie. Take care.
From lovers to strangers, when everything changes, when we tear out the pages, and only one word is left. Please let's just be quiet until the next riot. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. What is broken for now.